All right, everybody, welcome to Public Education Subcommittee. We're going to get started here in a second with Senate Bill 37 first. For those of you, I'm just going to make a couple announcements on the front end. For those of you who are here for a variety of bills, we are going to take up Senate Bill 37, 68, and where is it? 723 first. Okay. So if you're not here for one of those and you want to go get a coffee or go stretch your feet or go do something else, feel free. We are taking those three up first, okay? Second note, this docket is insanely large, and we need to try to get through all of it. And, we're going to be here for a while, and we know that. If you are a friend of the committee, meaning we know you, we know who you are, we know what your position is, or kind of know what it is. If you could just keep your testimony to the point. I'm not saying don't say your piece. Just try to be concise. We have people here who want to speak to the issues that concern them that are not not normally here. We want to make sure they have time to speak. But we do have to get through all of this because we got to get stuff up to Senate Finance. We do have a time crunch with the nature of session. So those are my two announcements to start. We're going to start with Senate Bill 37, then we're going to have 68 and 723. Those are going first. Please be as concise as humanly possible. I want to give us all time, but we do need to get through the docket. We need to get through it before we lose our minds and it's late at night. With that, we're going to start with Senate Bill 37. Senator McGuire, you're here, so go ahead and take it away, sir.
Your child indicates they're a different sex. I think we all would agree, and having 5 children myself, our children should be number one. And parental rights is a real important thing. And no politician, no entity, no government body will ever love a child more than a parent. And so it's crucial, it's important that we inform parents if a child indicates or thinks they are a different sex. And with that, we have many folks that would like to speak to the bill at the appropriate time.
Okay, so what we're going to do as a default today is set 5 minutes for each side. That doesn't mean we are going to stick to a hard cap of 5 minutes. It's just as a way to kind of be concise. If we need to go over, we'll go over. Okay, so I want people to be able to say their piece, but we're going to set it there so that people can be concise. So just be aware when you come up, please, especially if you're a friend of the committee. Okay, that we do want to try to keep it rolling as much as we can while allowing people to have their time. So we'll set it for 5. It's not a hard cap, but just be aware of that. And we'll start with testimony. We'll start with the proponents of 37. So those who are here in support can go first.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Michelle Blair. I'm Sage's mom, otherwise known as Nana. I adopted Sage when she was just shy of 2 years old after my son passed in 2007. Sage had a lot of trauma to recover from even as a baby, but no child should ever have to go through the horrific ordeal Sage did. And I'm glad you people do have the opportunity and the power to change the policies that led to this tragic abuse. There are so many other children and loving parents in the same boat. We have a moral and legal obligation to prevent this from ever happening to another child. Please know, this is not a political, lifestyle, or religious issue. This is about parental rights, and the stakes are high because it involves the lives of our children. When Sage was 14 years old, she went to Appomattox High School, 9th grade, in August of 2021. She decided to identify as a boy using a boy's name and pronouns. One counselor told her use the boys' bathroom, and the other recommended a transgender website she needed to get on. No one told me. She was horribly bullied to the point of severe harassment with violent threats of rape. Now, why in the world would any professional dealing with my child keep something like this a secret? The fact of the matter is, like most kids who identify as trans, Sage had a history, not only of trauma, but of mental health issues, including medication and a recent hospitalization, all of which I informed the school personnel, and it was in her school file. I am a volunteer CASA, a court-appointed special advocate for children. I am trained how to support kids experiencing trauma and mental health issues. Had I been told what was going on at school, I would have had the chance to step in, but keeping this secret from me, the Appomattox School District robbed me of the opportunity to protect Sage. This deception created a terrible domino effect, leading to a year of horror for Sage. She was sex trafficked, violently abused, leaving her with neurological damage and a permanent diagnosis of complex PTSD, and it all stemmed from keeping this mother in the dark. One evening, after 11 days into the new school year, Sage told me she'd been assaulted in the boys' bathroom, and late that night she ran away. She was in fear of the bullies, their violent threats to her and to me. She ran right into the hands of a predator who abducted her and sold her innocence in a very sick and violent way. They took her to D.C., where she was drugged and taken by sex traffickers to Maryland, and there she endured numerous rapes and abuse. And after 8 days, the FBI rescues her. The agent calls me, come pick her up in Baltimore, Maryland. This should have ended the nightmare, but sadly it did not. It got worse. When we arrived at the jail in Maryland with our car's back seat packed with Sage's pillows, blankets, and stuffed animals, we weren't allowed to see her. They did not even tell her we were there. We enter the courtroom and Sage isn't there. She comes up on a remote screen from inside a jail cell, looking tiny and broken. And I cry out, "I love you, Sage." And she responds, "I love you too, Nana." And an attorney jumps in, accuses me of abusing Sage in connection with misgendering, which is ironic, since the school had hidden her claim to be trans from me. The judge keeps her from us on false criminal claims for more than 2 months. First in jail, despite no criminal charges, then placed this tiny, traumatized girl into the male quarters of a state children's home with high-risk teenage boys. She's assaulted again, and the judge refuses her trauma care. I couldn't breathe. My heart broke. Sage told me later that the attorney assigned to her had told her to lie about being abused by us because she wanted to make a legal case and go all the way to the Supreme Court. And that attorney lied and told Sage that we didn't want her anymore, that she would find a Maryland foster home. I wrote Sage so many letters and mailed them to the state home, and not one of these letters was given to her, not one. This situation is simply one that cannot be defended. Sage then runs away from the state home because the judge had ordered her to be placed into a locked facility. She was lured by an online predator and ends up in Texas. This time she's gone for months. She's drugged, beaten, locked up, sexually exploited until the U.S. Marshals finally find her. I take the next flight to Texas, and unlike Maryland, Texas gives me my daughter back right away. And I'm finally able to hold Sage. Human trafficking is very real here in Virginia. According to the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, there is a majority activity along 8164 State Routes 29. Criminal groups know how to target children, then move them from city to city. It's a miracle Sage was found. Fact. 1 of 4 girls and 1 of 6 boys will be sexually abused before they are 18. And once they are in state care, the risk of abuse skyrockets. The claim you hear from activists from families are abusing kids by misgendering and throwing them out of their homes is just not true. What is happening is that our children are being lured by predators on social media apps and gaming platforms, and a trans child sells for more. In fact, keeping parents in the dark has created a huge market for predators on the internet. This is a subject that nobody wants to talk about until it happens to your child. Today, Sage looks back and tells me she doesn't know who she was. She never was a boy. She just wanted to have friends and fit in. And I was powerless to stop it. They had no right to keep my daughter from me, especially at a time when they needed me the most. And she is not alone. I've heard from families across the country torn apart in similar situations by schools and courts, driven not by a child's best interest, but by ideology. By not informing parents, and in too many instances lying to parents, these children are being lost in the system and becoming victims of sex trafficking. Sage and many other children have had a huge piece of themselves stolen by advocates of this social contagion. It is destroying young, impressionable lives in the worst way. That is why we need Sage's Law. It's basic common sense. Parents need to know what is going on with their own child at school. Parents have the right to raise their own children because we know them and love them more than any teacher, counselor, or judge ever would. That is a fact. For a really long time, nobody cared or listened to me. I was powerless to save Sage. But now parents all over the country are rooting for Sage's Law. To tell Sage what happened to her did matter. Please don't fail her, because there's thousands of vulnerable kids just like her. You can't fix what happened to Sage, but you can act to prevent it. Please show the courage Sage has shown in sharing her story and pass Sage's law, it's the right thing to do.
Thank you. And I think what we'll do is we'll add 3 minutes for anybody that wants to just come up and say they support it without going into tremendous detail.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Tom Antorcio with the Virginia Catholic Conference, and we support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Laura Hanford from Fairfax County and a mother and friend of Sage and Michelle, and I support this bill. You can't fix what happened to Sage, but you all can prevent it happening to another and shut this door to predators for other kids.
Natalie Erdesy, mother of 4 from Fauquier County, also a domestic violence and sexual assault advocate, and I support this bill.
Mr. Chairman, Josh Shetzler, Legislative Counsel for the Family Foundation, and I had the honor of being Ms. Blair's attorney in getting Sage back to her safely. I just want to say that what I saw in that process is this is a very real problem. It's not hypothetical, and this law is needed to make sure this doesn't happen to other children in Virginia. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Attanat. I just could not say that I was against this bill, but I'm hoping that they can add language to this bill to protect the children. There are serious issues sometimes with family dynamics. So what I would love to see in inclusion and including in this bill is maybe something along the lines at the school district, have this conversation ahead of time of what's going to be shared with the parent. Put that out there. Tell the children that, hey, let me tell you right now, if any of this comes up, the parents are going to know. So you actually put that and you're honoring that child, and they're going to be able to have that distinction made whether or not I want to share it here. Let's remember that children can sometimes have issues with their parents. And then also have the school have a set of resources to be able to give in hand for when these conversations are ready to happen, and say, here's where you can go to have these conversations. Now that we know, you know that we spoke about it here, we're gonna have to now tell your parent about this. Here's a list of resources if you think it's gonna be hard. Let's give some opportunities for this time. America's moving along. It's time to move along with America.
Teresa Pregnall, State Director for Concerned Women for America of Virginia. We support this legislation.
All right, let's reset the clock. We'll put 5 minutes up for those that are against it, and we'll start there. So if you are against, in opposition, you want to come up and testify, come on up.
Good afternoon, committee. Narissa Rahaman with Equality Virginia. This bill would increase the risk of trafficking and exploitation if a student's gender identity is disclosed to non-supportive parents who may kick them out. Lack of forced parental notification is not what makes transgender young people vulnerable to sex trafficking. Homelessness, limited financial options to meet basic needs, and discrimination and isolation are. This bill would exacerbate those problems, not address them, and we urge you to reject the bill. Thank you.
My name's Chad Fisher. I am a citizen in your district, and I'm also the father of a transgender daughter. While I appreciate the intention of this bill, it's completely misguided. It will hurt the people that it's purported to help the most. I'll give you a quick anecdote. And the reason I'm going to use an anecdote is because I think this bill is based on an anecdote. It's an absolutely tragic case, but it's an anecdote. And let me expand a bit. When I was lobbying 3 weeks ago, I spoke with Buddy Fowler, who is a neighbor of mine. I actually used to be in his district until redistricting took place, and I was speaking with a friend of his who was aiding him this legislative session, and we got to talking about what that person does in the community, and he mentioned he was a Sunday school teacher, and he had been a Sunday school teacher for 40 years. And he remarked that sometimes he even had kids who he taught in Sunday school come back to him as teenagers and confide information in him about what they might do or what they might be feeling or how they might address a situation. And he took that information in confidence as a Sunday school teacher and acted as an unbiased mentor to help guide them in decision-making processes. Are we going to expand this law to Sunday school teachers? And if so, why not? Or if not, why not? Why would we stop at public educators? Why wouldn't we require coaches in Little League to do this? Why wouldn't we require Sunday school teachers? And the answer is because we live in a free country where we believe that children and parents who have a relationship can also have information come from outside of that that's completely acceptable and okay with the best interest of the child in mind. This was a tragedy, but that's all that it was. This bill is misguided. Do not pass it. It will hurt people that you purport to help. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nomi Isaac. I'm with Virginia Student Power Network. I identify as a trans, non-gender conforming person. I'm here today to ask that you all oppose what is an abominable law that seeks to normalize the genocide of transgender non-conforming youth, because that is what this is. This is not about parental rights. This is about the total erasure culturally, spiritually, intellectually, and physically of transgender non-conforming people. And trans people, we exist. Not only do we exist, but we are entitled to the right to advocate for that existence and to express it based on Virginia constitutional law, but also under universal law based on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And so this has nothing to do with loving parents. We're talking about if we're talking about a law that is seeking to prevent children being exposed to human trafficking, we should focus on that. This is equating being trans and gender expansive with somehow being more violent, with somehow being a sexual deviant, and we are not going to sit here today and act like that language is the language of loving parents. What happens to trans people when they are not, specifically trans youth, speaking as someone who came out as trans in high school, that community, those teachers can love you in a way that parents might not. And having that space to explore your identity saves people from the collateral consequences of what happens when people become disenfranchised, such as transgender youth. That means the collateral consequences of homelessness. That means the collateral consequences of health care issues, such as contracting autoimmune diseases like HIV, but also like coronavirus. And I find it very interesting that a lot of people here speaking in support of youth ain't even got no mask on. So what we need to do if we're worried about protecting youth and saving youth and protecting the lives of students is focus maybe on passing some sensible legislation on COVID and stop trying to completely erase and enforce apartheid-like laws on gender expansive people. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the subcommittee. Brianna with the ACLU of Virginia, and we oppose the bill for many of the reasons provided. We also want to note that forcing school employees, including counselors, to out students who have questions about their gender identity is not only dangerous for trans students, but seriously violates their student privacy. Students do have a constitutional right to privacy with respect to information about their sexual orientation or gender identity, and it is unlawful for school officials to disclose or compel students to disclose. So for that reason, we oppose the bill. Thank you.
We'll add, like we did to the other side, we'll add 3 minutes. And if you guys, I know this is a
Comments
very heated issue, but if someone's already said something you want to say, if we could just give them an amen. Thank you.
Just want to point out this I am Mike Carabinos. I am a parent in Chesterfield County and a practicing Catholic, sir. And I want to point out that this bill will get good teachers fired because this bill has cruelty in it. Good teachers are not cruel, and good teachers will disobey an unjust law, as our founding fathers call us to do so. So good teachers will violate this law. Good teachers will get caught. Good teachers will be fired.
I am Penny Page of the Young Women's Christian Association of Richmond, in opposition of this bill.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Val Burden, and I am a non-binary transgender adult. I was outed as a high schooler to my parents by my teachers against my will, and although my parents are supportive, being outed against my will put a permanent strain on our relationship. This will not help the relationship between parents and children. This will hurt it. Thank you. Please oppose this bill.
Hello, my name is Jamie Moore. I reside in Henrico County. I have 2 adult transgender children. Our lived experience with kids, with their parents who are not accepting of and who find out that they're identifying as transgender, is that they get kicked out. They get kicked out and they end up if they're lucky, couch surfing with their friends, and if they're not lucky, they may also end up in a trafficking environment. And really, it's our experience that it's much more common for kids to end up in that trafficking situation because their parents have kicked them out of the house. Thank you.
Hello, Chloe Edwards with New Virginia Majority. Outside of what was said, enrolling in a public school does not permit the revocation of a child's fundamental rights. Students still have the right to keep certain information private and to not have that revealed without their consent. Forced ID bills are designed to do exactly that and may cause harmful consequences that you have heard about, ranging from overrepresentation in foster care, abuse in the home, juvenile detention centers, and homelessness. Politicizing the livelihoods of our children harm all students. Trans youth thrive when they are affirmed in their gender identity, and for this purpose, we adamantly oppose this bill.
Good afternoon, Monica Hutchinson, as the president of Henrico County NAACP and also the proud mother of a 20-year-old trans daughter. I strongly oppose this bill, and I ask that you do as well. Our trans youth, with everything that's going on, their mental health is extremely important. The suicide rates amongst our children is crazy high, especially when all they want to do is be seen, loved, and be entitled to the exact same things as everyone else. And the fact that my child's very existence is constantly being challenged as a mother, it is painful and it hurts to see what my child goes through. I also feel better knowing that my child had access to amazing teachers and support systems at Henrico County Schools, who was there and made sure my child felt safe, seen, supported, and loved, even though she also got that at home, but not all children get that. And so I really do ask that you oppose this bill, because all of our kids need safe spaces. And sometimes those safe spaces aren't with us, and that has to be okay too. Thank you.
Okay, if you're left in line, please just say who you are and, basic, please, just
Yes, sir.
one or two sentences.
Good afternoon, Galina Varchena, Birth and Color, and the Virginia Reproductive Equity Alliance. Amen to all of the above. Support. Oppose the bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and subcommittee members. Lexi White with Repro Rising Virginia and the Virginia Reproductive Equity Alliance. We strongly oppose this legislation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rosa Hamilton. I'm with He, She, Ze, and I'm a trans woman. I'm proud to be trans. I've known I'm trans since I was 14, but it wasn't safe to me to come out to my dad. And when I did come out as an adult, he told me to F off and never come back. And 40% of homeless youth in America are LGBT. And this bill, outing students to their parents, contributes to that. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Kerrigan Miles, and I'm a trans woman, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Hi, I'm Jana, a Henrico constituent, and I strongly oppose this bill.
Stephen Marcoux with Arlington Public Schools. We support individual rights. We support our transgender students, and we oppose this bill. Thank you.
Jay Deck with the Virginia Education Association. Students and teachers build bonds of trust, and this bill will destroy that.
Any questions or comments from the committee? Well, let's in a second. Senator McGuire, do you want the last word?
Sure. I appreciate everybody voicing their concerns. I think going back to what I said earlier, we all agree our children should be number one, and our parents deserve to know what's going on and be part of their children's lives. This is not about adults. It's about minors that are going through puberty and everything else. And all it does is simply say, if your child indicates that they are a different sex, you have to let the parent know. Now, no politician, no program, no government entity will ever love a child like a parent. And so it's just parents should be informed. And it's not about the LGBTQ movement. It's about informing parents. Thank you.
And before I pass it to Senator Locke, I'll just echo two things that the folks in opposition said. First is that this incident was a tragedy, but that I don't know that therefore means we should have this bill, because I'll also echo what the last person said, which is teaching is based on trust and bonds and relationships and kind of meeting students where they are and respecting and kind of loving them for who they are. and if I see this bill as breaking that down, and which is why I'll be opposing it. Just so you know, I mean, we have to, if we want an education system that educates kids, we can't have teachers in a position where they're policing their students, I don't think. And so I'll just put that out there before we move forward. But Senator Locke, Senator Pekarsky.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I agree. What the speaker shared was indeed a tragedy, but as was said, I am a mother. I have 6 children. I take that responsibility very seriously. I love my children. I want to know what is going on in their lives. I hope that if they have struggles or issues, they will always come to me. But the reality is that sometimes our children, for whatever reason, not because we're not great parents, not because we're not open, not because we don't want to help them, do not feel at that moment that that is the person with whom they want to communicate. And I think if we start down this path where we are breaking these bonds with teachers, where do we stop? Why this? Why not something else? I mean, schools are not there to be policing their students, so I will also be opposing this bill.
Senator Locke?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have been in education for well over 40 years, and students have told me many things that I dare not repeat to their parents because of the trust and relationship that I have built between myself and those students. And I revered that relationship between myself and those students. And so because of that, Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be passed by indefinitely.
Second.
It's been a motion and a second to pass by indefinitely. All those in favor of that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Next up, we have Senate Bill 68 from Senator Peake. Do you want to do it here? Or you want to
I'll
do it
do it
later?
here, and then I'm just going to speak very briefly, and then if you want to have Senator Mulcahy do hers, I think it's the same.
I think. Okay, so Senator Peake, this is Senate Bill 68.
Mr. Chair, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to read what my bill does. Then Senator Mulcahy, I will have, she can present from up there. They're similar about trans youth and sports.
Okay.
And I'm just going to briefly, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Would you move my amendment?
So moved.
You second the substitute? Second. Second. There's been a motion and a second to adopt the substitute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the substitute's before us.
And then, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this substitute, it's about, it's transgenders playing sports, so it's biological males playing female sports. I've tried to reel this in as much as possible. And so my bill, the amended bill, only applies to high school, which is grades 9 through 12. So it applies to biological males playing female sports. It would prevent that. And then I also have a provision in there that if there are some males who have transitioned to female before puberty, meaning they haven't gotten all the testosterone and all of those things, they would still be eligible to participate in female sports. So I've tried to make it as tight and narrow as possible, apply only to high school sports. And Senator Mulcahy has a similar one, so I would ask that she present hers and then the testimony be the same.
Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll hear Senator Mulcahy's bill, and then we'll hear people do testimony on both, and then we will vote on the bills independently. So we'll hear what her bill is and how it's distinct from Senator Peake's. Then we'll hear people who support both bills. Then we'll hear people who oppose both bills, and then we'll hash them out separately on the vote. So go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. So my bill, Senate Bill 723, it requires each interscholastic, intercollegiate, intramural, or college or club athletic team or sport sponsored by a public school or any other school that is a member of the Virginia High School League or any public institution or higher education to be designated as one of the following on the biological sex of the student who participates on the team or in the sport. They must be designated male or female. So I also had an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Let's move the substitute.
Motion is second to move substitute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
So my amendment simply changes something from the original that gives, let me find, it says that a physician shall affirm the biological sex of the child, of the student. It originally gave exactly how they would determine this, but the amendment says that the physician should know enough after all their education to be able to tell whether someone is biologically male or female. But this bill basically says that if you were born male or female, you should only be able to play sports based on male sports or female sports. And this would apply to K through 12 schools, sports, and so high school and below. I know that when my two daughters, who are very, very athletic, were going through and playing every sport from the time they could walk, they had the opportunity to choose if they wanted to play a co-ed sport, they could play a co-ed sport. If they wanted to play an all-girls sport, they could play an all-girls sport. And my youngest daughter was very, very good at soccer. And she had the opportunity to play on a scholarship in soccer, but in high school she chose to play co-ed soccer. And she was one of only two girls on that team. And she was tackled and tore her ACL, and that prevented her from playing college soccer. And of course, a born female could have tackled her and the same thing could have happened, but more than likely, because this male athlete tackled her, you know, his bone density, his muscle mass, his testosterone levels immensely impact their ability to be stronger and perform better and participate at a higher level than my daughter. And these are, you know, the things that that concern me, and the things that you know, concern me for my now 6-year-old granddaughter. If she wants to play an all-girls sport, I want her to play against girls that were born girls, and not have to play against someone that is much stronger than her, that can hurt her and take away her chances of, you know, a scholarship possibly. My daughter had a choice, and she chose to play against boys. And I want my granddaughter to have a choice as well. And I have a lot of people here in support of the bill, but I also have somebody from the Attorney General's office that would like to speak in support of it. And is there anything else that you would like for me to say about this? Senator
No,
Peake.
you're good. I'll just people who are in support can come and line up, but before they start, Council, just to clarify, right, the Senator Mulcahy's bill is just much broader than Senator Peake's bill. So if you're in the audience or you're at home, the difference between the two is the scope, correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that is correct.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to stick to a pretty tight timeline on this one because we've got other things. We got to get some other things accomplished. So we're going to stick to a pretty tight timeline on this one. Let's set it for 7 minutes for each side. If somebody spends too much time talking, everybody else is going to lose out because we do need to get some other bills forward. So 7 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. My name is Hallie Gravely, and I'm an ambassador for Young Women for America. I'm a female athlete here in Virginia, and the importance and significance of keeping girls' sports for girls only is extremely important to me. Today, I represent young women across the state and this country who believe one of the most foundational truths that has existed from the beginning of time. God created two distinct genders, male and female. Allowing males to compete in women's sports is an attack on science, physical reality, and a betrayal of women's rights. Please support Senate Bill 723. Thank you.
Chairman Van Valkenburg and Public Education Subcommittee. My name is Teresa Pregnall. I'm State Director with Concerned Women for America of Virginia. We are the nation's largest public policy women's organization. Today, I am testifying for CWA Legislative Action Committee in favor of Senate Bill 723. It should be noted that since 2020, 23 states have enacted laws to protect female athletes from unfair competition in sports designated for women and girls. Females should not suffer the loss of opportunity because a biological male who claims transgender status as a woman receives her spot. Concerned Women for America of Virginia strongly supports the protection of all women's sports and urges you to vote yes on Senate Bill 723.
Mr. Chair, Tom with the Virginia Catholic Conference. We support both bills. Thank you. You get a twofer here. This is Susie and Jeff Lustino, and we are representing our granddaughter, Susanna Price, and also the rest of the members of the Roanoke women's swimming team. All of us, including their parents, support Senate Bill 723. Thank you.
Honorable Chair and Committee, I am Kathy Tankersley, Legislative Liaison for CWA Virginia, in support of these sports bills. Biological males are structurally stronger, faster, and more powerful than biological females, born with larger hearts, lungs, denser bones, and muscle fiber. Hormones and public blockers do not reverse this. These biological differences make many sports dangerous for females, so I strongly urge you to vote yes for these bills.
Good afternoon, Mr. Van Valkenburg, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ann Robinson, and as a former athlete swimmer, I respectfully ask that you support this 723 bill. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Emma Dayton. I'm a student at Liberty University, and I strongly urge all of you to support this bill, Senate Bill 723. Let's keep women and common sense in women's sports.
My name is Claire Harrington. I'm a student at Liberty University, and I'm an ambassador for Young Women for America, and I support this bill.
My name is Summer Stubblebine. I'm a student at Liberty University and a former track and cross country athlete. I strongly support this bill, and I'm begging you to let it pass to protect and defend the rights of women everywhere. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee, Mr. Chairman, you'll be proud of me. I had a minute and a half. I'll get it down to 15 seconds. See, I got the down to 15. Okay. Steve Rossi with the Family Foundation. We support both bills. And this isn't about, in our opinion, the all-state, the all-American, even the all-region athlete. It's about the girl who's just, her biggest athletic endeavor is just making the team. And the lifetime of memories and the team building and all that will help her in her adult life, in the workforce, in the community, how that will be denied to her. And I'd just like to make note, with all due respect to the committee, a few weeks ago, the subcommittee denied homeschool students the right to play high school sports because, in part, they may take a spot away on the team from an enrolled student. By denying this legislation, you will allow biological boys to deny girls on the same teams a couple weeks ago you purported to protect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Holly Klein, Office of the Attorney General. This bill is all about protecting and empowering girls and women, period. It's about fundamental fairness. This legislation is crucial to preserve the integrity of women's sports and safeguard opportunities for female athletes to excel. As the late, great Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg wrote, the physical differences between men and women are enduring. It is important to recognize these physical differences in order to promote equality. We have fought so hard to get where we are today, to get to the level of women's rights, and we don't want to go backwards. One opportunity lost is enough. For these reasons, we ask that you favorably report the bill. Thank you.
All right, those that are opposed, come up, testify, and we'll set it at 7 minutes again. Thank you. And once again, hard cap on this one.
Thank you, Committee. Narissa Rahman, Executive Director of Equality Virginia. Just want to apologize to our community members that had to hear all of that transphobic language. Trans girls are girls, trans women are women. They've always existed and will continue to exist. This bill claims to protect women's sports, but it's not addressing any real issues that female athletes are facing, especially at the collegiate level, like rampant sexual assault, pay equity, and underfunding. We urge you to oppose this bill.
Hi, my name is Ranger. I'm with the Pride Liberation Project, and I'm a trans college student. Last year, I was a high school student. I just want to say that by forcing trans youth out of sports, we are actively isolating young people from their communities. I grew up in soccer, and I loved it. I made so many friends there, and I made a lifetime of opportunities because of that experience. By isolating trans students, we contribute to the mental health crises that students like me already face. By doing that, by pushing young people who just want to be accepted out of sports, we are actively hurting them. Thank you so much.
Hi, Chad Fisher again. I have a non-rhetorical question for the folks up front. The VHSL currently has an exception process for transgender athletes. Do you know how many people in 10 years have requested an exception? Could you tell me what that number was? 30, roughly. It's 48. As of last fall, it's 48. Do you know how many were approved? How many were approved? About 9. How many were approved? How many were approved? There were 40 that were approved. In the state of Virginia, there are about 110,000 athletes that participate in football alone. Not all sports, football alone. I'll do the math for you. That's 0.0005%. You can check me on that. I'm a CPA. It's cool. Don't worry about it. You're more likely to be struck by lightning. You're more likely to be killed by a gun. And you're more likely to believe the earth is flat than to play in a high school sport in Virginia against a transgender student. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jana, a constituent in Henrico and a part of the LGBTQ community. I'm here to advocate for my trans friends and family. Vote no on SB 68 and 723. These bills tell them they don't belong, and it's our responsibility to our children to make them know they do belong. Everybody thinks they know how they'd react if their kid, cousin, or parent came out as trans. They all think they know what's best for them, and everybody gets a say in how that person should live their life. The truth is, you truly don't know how you'd react until that's your experience. If it's not your experience, it's not your life. Do you know what parents of trans kids really get afraid of when they first realize what's happening? They're afraid of the actual facts. They know their child will be a target of loud, misinformed voices ostracizing them when their child is just trying to live a normal life connected to other people, not rejected by them. We all need belonging. And how can anyone belong when there are bills being proposed and passed about them specifically, and on what valid grounds? Parents are afraid for their trans kids because they know how hard it will be for their child to day in and day out face adversity after adversity. How tiring. That is not a childhood. You say, let the experts handle it. Well, who are the experts? Trans youth are their own experts. They're the ones we should be listening to when creating policies, not people who are detached from that reality. We listen to the people who are going through it, not the ones who think they know best and happen to have loud voices and opinions based on fears and misinformation. We are, as humans, responsible to each other by extending our own compassion and humanity. These harmful policies targeting already vulnerable kids have such a negative impact on my family and friends. We need to support them and create more policies showing trans youth we love them and we will protect them, that they belong. Let them play. We have to take care of each other.
Hello, my name is Kalia Harris. I'm the Executive Director of the Virginia Student Power Network and a proud former D1 athlete at the Great George Mason University. I was on the rowing team. And I highly oppose this legislation, as does my organization. It is very harmful to trans and gender expansive youth, and it furthers attacks on trans youth in Virginia. And as my coach used to say, train harder. If you think that the competition is too hard, if you're afraid to make the team, get out there on the field and train a little bit harder. Thank you. Please oppose this legislation.
Hi, Brianna Diaz with ACLU of Virginia, and we oppose the bill for the reasons provided. Thank you.
Chad Stewart with the Virginia Education Association, and we strongly oppose this bill.
I'm Penny Page of the Young Women's Christian Association of Richmond, and we oppose this bill.
Hi, Stephen Marcoux with Arlington Public Schools. We strongly oppose any discrimination on the basis of gender expression, gender identity, or transgender status. We strongly oppose this bill. Thank you.
My name is Kerrigan Miles, and I strongly oppose this bill.
My name is Rosa Hamilton. I'm with He, She, Ze, and We in Richmond. I oppose this bill. I would ask if anyone told you that your child couldn't play on a sport team at their school, how you would feel about that, because that's what's going to happen. Trans women are not going to play on a men's sports team. We're not going to do that. It's just going to mean we can't play at all. I was never a sport person. I was a music person, but that's what this bill is going to do, and it's about fairness, I think.
Chloe Edwards, New Virginia Majority. We strongly oppose this bill. We believe that all children should have access to being part of a team. When I was growing up in school, I was on an all-male football team. They respected me, took care of me, protected me. For that purpose, we strongly oppose this bill. We believe there's a lot of biases affiliated with this.
Monica Hutchinson, and as a mom of a trans daughter, I also oppose this bill. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jamie Moore. As a parent of 2 adult transgender children and an athlete for about 50 years, I strongly oppose this bill.
I'm always the last one. Oppose it. VHS already has duties. It's a small government. It's a violation of small government to step in the way.
Mark Hubbard on behalf of the Virginia High School League. We oppose both bills. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Senator Peake or Senator Mulcahy, do you want to? Is there any questions or comments from the committee? I guess before we get to that, Senator Pekarsky.
Mr. Chair, question for the patron.
Senator Pekarsky, which one, or both?
Whoever would like to
Okay.
answer.
All right. Sure. Go ahead, Senator Pekarsky.
So my question is that about 1 in 100 individuals are intersex, and I wonder, under your bill, where would such an individual have the opportunity to play sports?
Anywhere that they, by whichever sex they were born, biological sex, meaning male or female. Does that answer the question?
It does not. I don't believe
Okay, because I believe that you were either born male or female.
No, audience.
Mr. Chair, I will just say for the record that does not align with what the actual definition of intersex is according to medical professionals. So I do not believe that there is an answer to that question.
Maybe Senator Peake has a better answer, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Mulcahy. Senator Peake.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Senator Peake.
Senator Petaski, I did address that in my other bill that will come up and so that is removing healthy body parts except for those situations. So when they have intersex, most time they make a decision shortly thereafter, and that person becomes male or female in the intersex situation. Shortly after birth, rarely do they go through, but my bill also covers if they transitioned before puberty, so I think that would cover those situations.
Senator Pekarsky.
Mr. Chair, I am most definitely not an expert, but I do not believe, from what I know or have learned from others, that everyone who is intersex decides to choose one gender or another. I move that we pass by indefinitely SB 68. And Senator Locke will second that.
Okay, before we get to that vote, Senator Peake.
Just going to wrap up, Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
Just
Senator
brief,
Peake.
brief statement. And I appreciate all the comments that everybody made. And I know this is a highly emotional and charged issue. It is one that we're facing nationwide, and in no way have meant to be disrespectful to anyone by bringing this. But I just ask, I mean, you have to remember that there are two sides. So you have the transgender child who wants to play sports, but you also have the other people who want to play sports. And I think the most obvious situation you had are the swimmers. We've heard Riley Gaines testify, and Leah Thomas, the swimmer in college, still fully a male, anatomically wise, in the girls' locker room. They did not want her swimming in their locker room, changing clothes in their locker room. Those women have a right to privacy. They have a right to their beliefs and a right to do what they want as well. And so, not trying to destroy transgender rights, but there are two sides of this, and each side has rights as well.
Senator Malka, would you like to say something before we?
Yes, if I could say that, to assume that just because I am in favor of this bill, that I do not have any family that is dealing with this, in fact, a nephew, and that I do not understand the impact on families, is to assume wrong. And I do understand that. And this is simply a bill that would protect someone like my daughter, who wants to compete with people of the same build and strength. She wants the choice. You know, my granddaughter will want to have the choice, and will give her the choice of only competing with people that are built like her, with the same strength as her, and that is simply what this bill does. It gives her a choice, just like everyone else wants a choice. Thank you.
Senator Pekarsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, we'll speak to that too. Children of all ages, sexes have different builds, different strengths. No two children are alike on a team, ever. And I know that because I look at my own 6 kids, and they are older ones are stronger than the younger ones. Their builds are smaller than the younger ones. I just wanted to put that out there. And with that, I will renew my motion to pass by indefinitely Senate Bill 68, and Senator Locke will second.
There's been a motion and a second to recommend passing by indefinitely Senate Bill 68. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Senator Locke's an aye.
All those against say no. All right. The motion to recommend passing by indefinitely Senate Bill 68 passes on a vote of 3-2.
Mr. Chair, I have another motion. I move that we also pass by indefinitely Senate Bill 7. What number was that?
23.
723. And Senator Locke will second.
All right, there's been a motion to recommend passing by indefinitely Senate Bill 723 and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
No.
All those opposed? No. All right, that motion passes 3-2. All right, thank you, Senator Peake and Senator Mulcahy. All right, we have 2 people that need to go places. We have a senator that needs to run Senate Finance, and then we've got a young man who needs to get back up to Northern Virginia and wants to testify on a bill. So we're going to prioritize the senator that needs to do the money and the kid that needs to get places. All right, so Senator Lucas, you're going to come up first.
Overchain is going to withdraw his, or he knows it's not going to pass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I've gotten 3 text messages since I've been waiting, but I needed to hear those other 2 bills anyway. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, before you should be Senate Bill 627.
Yep. Go ahead, Senator Lucas.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, Senate Bill 627 establishes the College and Career Ready Virginia Fund and requires the Department of Education and the Virginia Community College System to establish the College and Career Ready Virginia program, whereby each school board is required to offer each qualified high school student in the local school division access to the high school to be dual enrolled courses that are sufficient to complete the passport program and the formal uniform certification of General Studies program, renamed in the bill as the Passport Plus program at a public institution of higher education at no cost to such student. The bill establishes several enumerated duties for the department and the system in the administration of the College and Career Ready Virginia program, including the establishment of a work group to make recommendations no later than November 1, 2024, on the incorporation of a career and technical education program of course study in the College and Career Ready Virginia program. That is the entirety of the bill, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, does this have to go to you?
There is a second bill, and of course that's Senator.
We do that in full anyway. Is there anybody here that wants to speak in favor, testify in favor of Senate Bill 627? If so, come on up.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a substitute, so if you can just.
Oh, you have a substitute?
Agree to the substitute, yes.
Oh. There's been a motion second to accept the substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, that substitute is before us. Council, maybe if you could just hit the high notes on the difference between the substitute.
Mr. Chairman, the substitute makes a couple of revisions. It adds to the composition of the advisory committee. Let's see. Representatives from baccalaureate public institutions of higher education and Richard Bland College. And it adds directives of the department and the system in administering the program, including considering how to incorporate all associate degree granting public institutions of higher education in the program, consistent with the establishment of the program. And I think that's pretty much the gist of it.
Mr. Chairman, I know this is a lot of paper, but most of those are online on page 14 and 15.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Is there anybody here to speak to this bill at all? Either way. Neutral, positive. Come on up.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the subcommittee. My name is Ella Jenick, and I'm a student at the University of Virginia School of Law. The views I express today are my own and not those of the university or the law school. I'm here to support Senate Bill 627 and describe the key components of College and Career Ready Virginia. First, it builds on the success of the Passport program, which provides for a set of foundational courses that transfer to Virginia's public colleges and universities. College and Career Ready Virginia will ensure that dual enrollment Passport courses are available to students at all high schools for free. Second, it will launch an easy-to-navigate program webpage and provide counseling and individualized academic support to open doors for more students. Third, data on student outcomes and course quality will be publicly reported and used to continually improve the program. Finally, this bill creates a work group to expand College and Career Ready Virginia to include career and technical education courses. I urge you to support Senate Bill 627 to ensure that where a student lives or their family's income will no longer be barriers to dual enrollment. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else who would like to come up and speak to the bill? Come on up. Come on up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee. I want to thank Senator Lucas for bringing forth a bill that includes some really important concepts, and we support opportunities to expand college and career to high school students through the Virginia community colleges.
All right, next up. Don't be shy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee. Stacey Haney on behalf of the Virginia School Boards Association. I want to thank the senator for bringing this bill, and I thank the stakeholders for working with us on some technical clarifications that we'll have ready for full committee. But I really appreciate the senator and the stakeholders' work on this and making sure that we can have a smooth implementation. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Any comments from the committee? Questions? All right, there's been a motion and a second to recommend reporting Senate Bill 627. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, that motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of committee. I'll see you in a.
I'll be up there to see you in 20
In a few
minutes.
minutes.
They're going to be upset when we go at ease. All right, now Senate Bill 702, right? Senator Suhas, Senator Subramaniam.
All session.
I mean, this is just a joke we're going to just keep running with, right?
Let's keep it going.
Yeah, let's keep it going.
Let's keep it going. All right, I'm going to start with the relatively easier one, which is SB 702. Essentially, if you know someone who's on a military base, you know they have kids. They have their own licensure process through the DoD, and right now, in addition to doing the DoD licensure, they also have to do our Commonwealth's licensure process, and this is basically trying to exempt these military bases from having their child care programs go through the licensure process. This is a bill that the DoD asked for as well, and there's actually a substitute, so if the staff could pass out the substitute. Yeah, so the main objective was to exempt family care providers on these bases from duplicative licensure requirements. We didn't want to go past that, and so essentially, originally the bill was redefining line 46 to 47 was redefining kind of what or kind of going a little bit further than we wanted to, and so this narrows the focus to simply just adding childcare programs on military bases as the programs that are exempt. And so I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Is there anybody that wants to testify for or against? Come on up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the sub. Eleni Polis with the Virginia Chamber of Commerce. We do support the bill. We know childcare is a really important issue for the military community, and this legislation helps improve access for our military families. Thank you.
Thank you.
No report. Second.
There's been a motion and a second to recommend reporting Senate Bill 702. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, that motion passes 5-0. All right, next up.
No to report.
I'll take a second.
All right, 707.
Yeah,
Take it away.
SB 707. And so essentially, so if you know, we have CTE courses throughout the Commonwealth. These are great programs, and often, in addition to the course, there's also a chapter of like a CTE, a CTSO program. So like HOSA is an example. There's several others like them, and basically what we want is for middle schoolers to be able to start their own clubs, CTE clubs on their campuses. One of the problems right now we're having is that a lot of middle schools don't offer those courses that generally correspond with the club, and so we'd like the middle schoolers to be able to start their own HOSA club in their middle school. And right now, for instance, in middle schools in Virginia, there are 0 HOSA middle schoolers. But in Florida, there's 1,100 middle schoolers. And in Florida, they exempt that requirement that there has to be a course related to it. Now, sometimes there may be a case where the national chapter of, let's say, HOSA, that's a bad example because they don't require the course, but sometimes there might be a CTE national group that says that you can't have a you have to have the course related to it. And so, if it violates the charter, they're not going to approve the charter. But I would say overall, I'd like for us to at least not be in the way of them being able to start those clubs.
It's insane we need a bill for this. Bring up your witness.
Yeah, here we go.
He's looking sharp.
Yes.
He's better dressed than all the adults in the room.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Adults, step up your game.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Liam Gandhi, and I am a 7th grader at Farmville Station Middle School in Ashburn, Virginia. In the interest of time, I would like to skip over the section of why I want to be a doctor, but it is a good story. I've met many other students at my own school and other middle and high schools who are interested in pursuing careers in the medical field, which made me want to start some type of health or medical professionals club at my school. I found out about the Health Occupation Students of America, or HOSA organization, through my cousin, who is a member of a HOSA club in New Jersey. HOSA is a global student-led organization whose mission is to empower future health professionals through education, experience, and collaboration, and has thousands of middle schoolers in states all across the United States. Being a part of an organization like HOSA would help us immensely because they have a curriculum for our club members that they can follow every month. And they also have conferences and competitions that middle and high schoolers can participate in. When I applied to form a HOSA chapter at my middle school, the Virginia Department of Education, or VDOE, denied the application. The VDOE has claimed that since we do not offer the appropriate career and technical education, or CTE, courses at our school, we cannot have co-curricular student organizations such as HOSA. This is the reason there are currently no middle school chapters of Virginia in the entire Commonwealth, and it's due to VDOE's interpretation of a regulation. This interpretation directly hampers the dreams and aspirations of thousands of middle and high schoolers in our Commonwealth. Senate Bill number 707 would allow all public middle and high schools in the Commonwealth, including my middle school, Farmville Station Middle School, to establish co-curricular student organizations such as HOSA, regardless of the course offerings in the school. I want to thank you so much for your support in helping school children all across the Commonwealth, especially thank my Senator Subramanian, or I like to call him the future Congressman of the Commonwealth, for introducing the legislation.
You just cost him. You just cost him the bill. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to the bill?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Tanya James for Loudoun County Schools. We support this legislation.
All right. Senator Hashmi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question for the patron. How much did you pay that young man?
Not enough, not enough.
Move report. Second.
Come up. Oh.
Hard to follow that, but Chris Bailey with David Bailey Associates, we represent the Virginia Association of Career and Technical Education, and while we very much appreciate the interest in career and technical organizations, we do have some serious concerns. These organizations are structured to be co-curricular rather than extracurricular. So what that means is really the curriculum they learn in the classroom and in these CTE courses very much coalesce with these organizations they're a part of and really go hand in hand. Unfortunately, in the state of Virginia, these organizations also have their own separate constitution and bylaws and are 501 status nonprofit entities with their own board of directors. So unfortunately, what that would mean is this would be going against their own constitution, and that would have to be rewritten as well. My understanding is, from my leadership, there are some introductory courses available in middle schools within the Commonwealth, and certainly ACTE would be open to discussions with the patron. We very much appreciate the interest in this area. So we unfortunately do oppose the bill. Thank you.
Yeah, Senator Subramanian, I think you can respond to that, right? So
yeah, absolutely. I would just say that again, we're not going to be the first state to do this, to have let's say, a HOSA club in a middle school without a program a course at the middle school. Also say that this is really difficult to have these courses in the middle schools to begin with, right? It's as enough we're just trying to staff up for the classes that we have, and so to have the right class for a school is very difficult, and that leaves the kid in a position where they can't be a HOSA middle schooler. And so, I would say that this is actually a good policy change, and that if people need to revisit their programs in the Commonwealth, then they really should. So,
Senator Pekarsky.
Thank you. I mean, the way I'm reading this, Mr. Chair, and the patron can jump in if I am wrong. It's just a club. It's not necessarily aligned with any courses. So it's a club to kind of grow interest, and hopefully then when they're going into high school, they will be willing and take some of these courses. So. I guess I don't see why it would necessarily need to align with this organization. So I'm actually going to make a motion to report.
There's been a motion to recommend reporting Senate Bill 707. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion passes 5-0. Young man, if he's really congressional material, if this bill passes, he'll get you the signed copy of the bill that you can frame and you can put on your wall and say, look what I got done in the Virginia General Assembly. All right?
Thank you.
Have a good one. All right, so up next we have Senator Hackworth with, I forget the number, 4563.
I want that young man to help me. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and I think we have a substitute to introduce. If you can move the substitute.
Yeah, can I motion to move the substitute?
Second.
Been a motion and a second to accept the substitute. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? All right, the substitute is before us.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. And first of all, I want to say thank you, Mr. Chair, for working with us and all of the stakeholders that are here with us today. There are several of them that are here to testify in support of this, and it has been a journey. And this is a new idea for the Commonwealth that would, I feel like, revolutionize our workforce readiness in the Commonwealth. And with many long hours and several conversations, I thought a time or two, Mr. Chair would get me for stalking outside of his office, trying to get in to see him. But anyhow, the substitute that's brought before you today actually lays the foundation. This is, when you boil all this down and you get to the substance of it, it is a definition. And I also want to say thank you to Senator Lucas for the bill that you just passed out, because we made sure that the same exact definition of dual enrollment that is in her bill is the same exact language that we have in our bill for dual enrollment. So I know the bill seems lengthy. We have several pages of it, but the key components, it really comes down to four key components. It addresses critical definitions. Number one. Number two, it aligns graduation requirements for student success. And then it also creates earlier notification of graduation requirements, what I think is key. And I'll get into that in just a minute. And then it develops an analysis of opportunities through VOE. And I see that Senator Hashmi has joined us, and I give her credit for the helping in her vital role of creating VOE, because this references VOE in several places in this bill. But the substitute really reflects great collaboration between CTE, workforce, and education leaders to ensure that we present the strongest policies for our students. This bill has broad support from businesses across the Commonwealth, which you'll get to hear from today. But on a personal level, as a business owner, this is the reason that I was so passionate about this bill. We have a manufacturing company, we have a construction company, we have retail businesses, and we see high schoolers that come through the high school program. They take some maybe CTE classes, but yet they are still not skilled to be able to go directly into the workforce. And we have a student from the local CTE program that we have working in our manufacturing, and we basically had to start him at the elementary level like he'd never had any training. So what this bill does is this foundational bill, it starts them in the 9th grade instead of the 11th grade. It gives them a pathway. And that is why that the concurrent enrollment, that's the first definition. It defines what concurrent enrollment is. And we've heard about dual enrollment, and now this introduces concurrent enrollment. And we define that because we want high school students to have another pathway that they can be workforce ready when they get done with high school. And, so many times we hear about high demand, and Bowie actually does a good job in identifying the high demand. On the list, there is 361 high demand jobs, and it pretty much has everything in there except maybe basket weaving. So you've got agriculture, you've got medical, you've got construction, you've got a lot of things there. So this bill actually creates clarity and consistency and alignment across programs and graduation requirements. Also, the graduation requirements for success. The substitute amends the high school graduation requirements to ensure students graduate with a college course, a credential or work-based learning experience, or military preparedness in addition to their high school diploma. That is what I love about this bill, is it sets them up for success. Students will still only need to demonstrate readiness through one of these options, but the options in this bill ensures every public school student that graduates will be able to go straight into the workforce. And we all are experiencing a workforce shortage. We all are experiencing in the various high demand trades and occupations. And so this would actually give them a jump start to be able to do that through concurrent enrollment. Third, and I spoke briefly to this, was the earlier notification of graduation requirements. If you wait to high school students in the 11th grade, the ship's already sailed. They are, 11th and 12th. We need to get in front of them at the 9th and the 10th grade to be able to show them what these high demand jobs is. And Bowie, that list changes to be able to see. Another concern that we had from the CTE community when we talked to them was, well, what if a student starts a program and then it rolls off the high demand? If it was on the high demand list when they started, they will be able to complete that. They will not be penalized from that. So it participates in the CTE college coursework earlier, and it better collaborates with the teachers to identify the right courses and work experience that prepare them for the career after high school. And then lastly, Mr. Chair and members, the return on investment analysis through Bowie. And I love the that word return, or that phrase, return on investment analysis. And that will help state leaders like ourselves, schools, families, and students to better understand what credentials exist. Many of them don't even know what exists, and how to ensure that more students can access these CTE programs. Not every CTE course prepares students equally, and we want to make sure we expand what works so more students can take those courses and be prepared for jobs aligned to Virginia's workforce needs. And so in closing, and then we can take questions or let those that have come to speak in support of this. But again, I want to thank the chair and those that have worked so hard with this bill. This is a foundational bill. This is cutting edge. This is something that we need to help our workforce in Virginia. And I believe that the product that is before you today is foundational in achieving that goal. And I hope that you will support it and recommend it favorably to the full board. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we do questions from the committee, let's do testimony. So if you're here to support the bill, why don't we get in line? We're gonna put the 5-minute sign up there, which will be a soft cap, but is a encouragement to be brisk, especially if we know you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Carter Whitelow with Williams Mullen, representing the Associated General Contractors of Virginia. We want to thank the senator and all the stakeholders for bringing this bill together because it's going to make 3 really big benefits for the Commonwealth of Virginia and for specifically our client. Number 1, we want to expand the talent pipeline for construction companies in Virginia by allowing more students to graduate with credentials or work experience valued and required by our AGCBA, and our bill rewards students who are taking post-secondary courses with industry-recognized credentials upon graduation, and we support early career pathway. So for those reasons, we support the bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee. David Doré, Virginia Community Colleges. I want to thank Senator Hackworth for bringing forth a bill that includes some important concepts. We support opportunities to provide more meaningful credentials to high school students through Virginia's community colleges. We believe, however, it is essential to ensure clear and high standards for the quality of courses and credentials, and to ensure that these courses and credentials are offered at a low cost.
Good afternoon. I'm Carrie Roth. I'm the Director of the Workforce Development Agency for the Commonwealth. Our unemployment rate is at 3%. Our labor force participation rate is at 66.9%, the highest since March of 2012. We have more working Virginians than we've ever had in history, and yet we have 250,000 job openings in the Commonwealth. We need to make sure we have every pathway to get everybody an opportunity so that Virginia works for everyone.
Good afternoon, members, chairman and members of the committee. I'm not lost. I'm Julie Dime. I'm with the Virginia Hospital and Healthcare Association. While I'm new to this subcommittee, I'm not new to this full committee. And you may be wondering why in the world is the Hospital Association up here supporting this bill? And why? I will tell you that when you think about a hospital, think about a very large city that needs all kinds of workers, not just physicians, not just nurses, data analytics. We need environmental services. We need all kinds of things to make sure that hospital can run. So that is why we are here today in support of this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to keep it brief. Jonathan Ward, HAI and Newport News Shipbuilding, we support this bill.
Mr. Chairman, Randy Pearson with Two Capitals Consulting. On behalf of the Roanoke Chamber of Commerce, we support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Steve Cook. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer for the Hampton Roads Workforce Council, and we are in definite support of this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Kyler Hedrick on behalf of NFIB as well as the Associated Builders and Contractors. We support the bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Todd Oldham. I'm the Interim Director of the Virginia Office of Education Economics, or VOE, at VDP. I'm here to support Senator Hackworth's efforts, specifically that support the bill's provisions that have our office conduct an annual analysis of how credentials and careers are defined and measured as high demand. Assessing the alignment of educational programs and credentials to top occupations and industries will contribute an important perspective and understanding how education, specifically K-12 education, can better support the needs of local business and industry. We also believe share those career opportunities with students. Of equal importance is how the information will enable new analyses that will better inform leaders within the education and workforce development community to make more informed policy decisions, as well as design and direct future workforce development and education investments. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the subcommittee, Mark Lawrence with Carilion Clinic in Roanoke, and on behalf of our Blue Ridge Partnership for Health Science Careers, we support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Barry Butler, Lynchburg Regional Business Alliance, and we support the bill.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and members. Chris Davidson from the Virginia Peninsula Chamber of Commerce, and we enthusiastically support this bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Gretchen Heel, Hampton Roads Chamber. We support the bill.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Virginia Manufacturers Association, Stacey Gordon, we support the bill. Thank you.
Cindy Green, agriculture teacher at Hanover County Public Schools and member of the Virginia Association of Agriculture Educators. We strongly support this bill. The younger you get them, the more enthusiastic they are.
My name is Pastor Tina Carragher of Alexandria, Virginia, and I stand in support of this bill as a daughter who will soon be in high school. I want her to be prepared for life.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Kristen Burhop from the Virginia Chamber of Commerce, and we support the bill.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, John Easter with Chamber RVA. We support the bill. Anything we can do to encourage students to explore credentials is great, and this bill does just that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, committee members, and thank you for the opportunity to provide some comments on behalf of this bill. I'm Andy Armstrong, career educator in the Commonwealth. I've served 25 years as a teacher, principal, and division level leader. And in my work with CT and my discussions across the state, it is clear that the establishment of meaningful career pathways for our students is a priority of not only educators and families, but of our business and industry partners in the Commonwealth, as you've seen today. Senate Bill 563 represents an important step in this work by removing barriers to students to gain credits, credentials, and work experience through clear articulation of our high-demand, high-skill, high-value credentials, recognizing concurrent enrollment opportunities to supplement existing dual enrollment opportunities, and accelerating the work to provide exposure to students to better prepare them for their path during and after high school. As a former high school principal and a parent, I know that I am excited about the prospect of Senate Bill 563's potential to enrich our students' experience and make the high school diploma even more meaningful. So thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Brian Slater. I'm Secretary of Labor. To me, this is a workforce bill. Right now, we have 250,000 open jobs in the Commonwealth. We need skilled workers, and we need them desperately. Soft skills are necessary, but soft skills are not sufficient. Technical skills make people job and hire ready. Technical skills get people hired. As Secretary of Labor, I'm for expanding opportunities and pathways. And, you know, I think the previous administration had a program that was a very good program. It's been very successful called the G3 program. Get skilled, get a job, and get ahead. And the key to that is get skilled first. I ask you to support the bill, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Chris Bailey, Virginia Association of Career and Technical Education. As of now, we're not taking a formal position on the bill. We'd like to express our thanks to the patron for his time and effort on this, and we're looking forward to working with him in the future. We see this bill as definitely a work in progress. Thank you.
All right. No, hold on. Do we have folks who are concerned or in opposition? Come on up.
Chad Stewart with the Virginia Education Association. The only part of this bill that we have some concerns with is the doing away with the Applied Studies Diploma for students who complete their IEP pathway. Many of our teachers feel that this is a really important pathway, especially for students with significant disabilities, in order for them to earn a graduation requirement. So that's something that we would like to see, if possible, taken out of this bill.
Did you look at the substitute? We took that out.
I haven't been able to see the substitute
we
yet.
took that out.
Okay, no position.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Senator I'll get you.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
Chair.
Hashmi, then I'll get to you, Senator Peake. Senator Hashmi.
I just have some questions for the patron and would appreciate, so if I can go through a series of questions
go for
that
it,
I
Senator
have.
Hashmi.
Thank you. First of all, I'm not quite familiar with concurrent enrollment. Is this a new category that we are creating through this bill? And can you explain the distinction between concurrent enrollment and dual enrollment?
Sure. And Justine, would you care to do that?
Sure, yeah, so.
He could do it, but he's going to let her.
That is true.
Never let a man do a job that a woman does better.
Good afternoon. So, Chairman, I'd answer the question by saying, so dual enrollment is where a student is getting high school credit and college credit or post-secondary credit of another course. That kind of sits under the umbrella of concurrent enrollment, which is kind of broader and allows individuals to have slightly more flexibility to take additional programs that don't necessarily just earn high school credit. So this allows them to take it at the university, at the community college, at their school, and is slightly broader in what the credit is that offered. So it includes programs that were spoken about, like those that are offered in the Fast Forward program.
Thank you for that distinction. I'm still not quite clear because dual enrollment classes can be also taken at the institution of higher education,
Yes.
or they're taught within the high school itself. So, but just I'm curious about this designation. Then it says on line 18, accredited by an agency recognized by the U.S. Secretary of Education, an educational institution set forth, or an entity recognized by a state education agency. What's concerning me is line 20. Which state education agency are we talking about? Is it our state education agency, or is it any state education agency?
The specific would be our state, so Virginia State Education Agency.
Can we say that then, rather than any state? Because that language is very broad, then it could mean Florida, for instance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would view that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, how about, hold on 1 second, Madam Chair. Council, how about we just take notes of what could potentially be friendly amendments, and we can worry about that on the back end, rather than wing it here one at a time. Senator Hashmi.
Thank you. And then I have some questions about the Cambridge program, the Cambridge International. I'm familiar with IB programs, AP programs, but I don't believe we have Cambridge. I forget what it's called, Cambridge International. Do we have that in Virginia currently?
We do, yeah, and several of our Chairman, I would answer the question by saying we do have that. Several of our universities kind of do have agreements to accept passing of qualifying scores on those assessments. So it is very similar to IB, but is another international kind of program that students can take.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just ask, is this being accepted, the Cambridge, is that being taught in public high schools or private high schools? I'm just very unfamiliar with it.
I believe it is being taught. We have, from the Department of Education, we can also follow it, but I from what we've read into it is being taught in both public and private schools.
Do we want phone a friend?
Yeah.
Want to phone a friend?
Yes.
Former Hermitage High School principal in Riker County. It was a sad day when we lost him. I don't know why he made the choice to leave, but we forgive him his sins.
Oh, thank you, Senator. I'm flattered. Cambridge International Examinations are currently recognized in Virginia as one of these early post-secondary opportunities, and I believe are currently implemented even in Prince William County Public Schools among a couple of divisions of Virginia.
Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's it for right now.
Senator Peake, are you?
Just let me go. Yeah, I'm going to speak and then make a motion. You want to do something? No. Okay. First, I think we ought to penalize the senator for having so many people speak in favor of this bill. That was and I think the fact that many people spoke in favor of it means that this is something we need to really move forward. I understand the chair may have a few concerns, but I hope that we can work through them. And I'm going to make the motion to pass it on to the committee, but I know you have some comments. I'll reserve it until after that.
Senator Pekarsky, you want to get in?
Thank you. I will thank Mr. Chair, the patron. This is quite ambitious. A very large bill that does a lot. It changes a lot. I just have to say, for the record, though, it did rub me the wrong way when I heard that this is not an education bill, but it's a workforce training bill, because obviously our primary, duty is to provide high quality public education. So just needed to say that. But thank you. I could tell that there has been a lot of work put into this.
Yes. And can I answer?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think education and workforce goes together, and that's why I'm calling it a workforce, because if we can educate our high school students at a younger age in high schools to have them ready to go in the workforce, we all win. The Commonwealth wins. And ambition is my middle name when it comes to workforce development, because I have personally had the effects of this, and it's very frustrating when I see the lack of workforce and what is coming out of our public schools. And I think Senator Hashmi, I think that the previous administration, this is truly a bipartisan bill that we should all wrap our arms around, and it is ambitious, but that is what we do here. We do ambitious things, and I think what we have been doing is not working. So I think that's the very definition of insanity when we're talking about getting our workforce ready. So I think it's time to move in this direction, and this is a definition. This is a new thing that we are creating, and I appreciate the committee's consideration. Thank you.
Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just an additional question for the patron. Again, I'm just having difficulty understanding concurrent enrollment and its distinction from dual enrollment. I'm not sure that we need that distinction. Is the distinction being offered, is a new track called concurrent enrollment being offered in order to open up different agencies, different entities to offer these courses? And are these courses going to be offered by entities that are not within our traditional accredited structured programs? Can you clarify what we're looking at?
The intent of the two definitions is to really narrow in on the piece of high school credit and college post-secondary credit. And so the concurrent enrollment is allowing that greater flexibility for a student to take courses outside of those that in dual enrollment offer high school credit and post-secondary credit. So it expands it to really wanting to specify, for example, the programs in the Fast Forward program.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, just one last question. So does that mean that some of these curricular programs or courses might then be offered by non-accredited entities?
The individual there, so it's the institution partner accredited by the U.S. Secretary of Education piece there, so in line 18, and then the additional opportunities that you had mentioned in line, with the Secretary of in line 20 under the state education agency would therefore have to be approved or accredited. In line, it would be in line 18, so an institution of a higher education accredited by an agency recognized by the U.S. Secretary of Education, and then in line 19, the educational institutes set forth in chapter, which allow our institutions of higher education, which are serving some of our students within Fast Forward programs, as well as some of these additional.
Thank you. I think the word that's bothering me is the or on 819. So it moves, it opens it up, but we can work on some of it.
Okay.
We're gonna
Great.
mark that.
Okay,
Council.
that sounds great.
Senator Pekarsky.
Thank you. Very quickly, I also was not, Mr. Chair, Patron, have never heard of the Cambridge International Education, so I am interested in that. Just quickly going on to their website, I see that they have schools in Arizona, Tennessee, Florida, and North Carolina. Did you say earlier that there are also schools in Prince William County using this?
Chair, we know that we have Cambridge courses. There are Cambridge credits given. I'm not going to say they're Cambridge schools per se. And to be honest, this is not as frequently seen in Virginia as some of the other opportunities you're familiar with, but they are offered on a course basis for Cambridge credits in some schools.
Okay, thank you.
We
Yeah.
just had a gentleman here that said it is in fact offered in Prince William County.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'll just say one thing briefly, then I'll kick it to you. Senator Hackworth is Senator Ambition. That should be in your yard signs. He's been to my office, I think every day this week, and there's a bunch of big bills that are working their way through this session. Some of which we've already worked on, some of which we haven't, and so I like the concept. I'm worried about the implementation. So I'm going to abstain today, but we're going to keep, I told him this morning, we're going to keep grinding because in the moment I'm not comfortable because it's big. That doesn't mean I don't like the idea. I think there's some things we got to think about. Accreditation's one of them. I think graduation requirements is another piece of this. The idea of, I don't have anything against concurrent enrollment. I'm just kind of,
Sure.
my small c conservative self is coming out. People don't realize that about me. And so no, you can make your motion.
Yeah, I will.
So I'll just say that. I'll just say that that's where I'm at in the moment.
Do you want me to make a motion? I just want to point out that concurrent also is used frequently with jail time, but so you got to be careful with that. But I'd make a motion that we report out the bill favorably.
And one more thing, if I could wrap up, Mr. Chair, is that okay for the vote? I understand and I appreciate the comments of the, I was telling Senator Hashmi in transportation, we had a towing bill and she left and I told her one more minute she would be towed. But I welcome the opportunity to sit down around a table with whomever, whatever stakeholders, to figure this out. I just do not want to see this bill go by another year that is going to hurt our industry. We have heard from 20, 30 people here in industry's chambers that has said we are desperate for this type of legislation that would offer another pathway. Dual enrollment is its own separate vehicle, but we are desperate in the Commonwealth to find a path that we can produce high school students that are ready to go to work when they get out. We can hire them. You can hire them. And I would tell the chairman if he would move to Southwest Virginia, things are bigger, brighter, cleaner, and more ambitious. So we would love to have.
I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. Henrico County is the best county in the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
It's a scientific fact. It's like a Newton's law or something. All right, so there was a motion to recommend a report and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
All right.
Substitute motion.
And
motion.
Mr. Chair.
We already voted on this one, so.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I would just like to explain my no. This
well,
is.
Well, we can maybe one. Okay, go ahead.
You go ahead, Mr. Chair.
No, you can go ahead.
This is a very big bill, and it's making a lot of changes. And I think there's opportunity to continue having this discussion. I'm the chair of Education and Health, and I didn't have a discussion with you, Senator. I would have loved to have had this discussion maybe weeks ago, so we could have addressed some of these.
Yeah, and I asked you to have a meeting with me.
And I think we have that opportunity to continue this discussion. But at this point, given the kind of changes that we're seeing in this legislation, given the fact that we're also working on some rather large omnibus bills that seek to address the issues raised by JLARC, given the fact that we are facing a severe budget crisis focused on improving areas of education, there's just a lot of things going on. So at this point, this is a legislation that I cannot support, but I certainly appreciate all of the work that everybody has, or the insights that everyone has offered today. But my vote is a no today.
All right, so that motion to recommend reporting failed on a vote of 2 to 3 to 1.
You can change, Mr. Chair.
It doesn't really make a difference. All right, well, we'll keep grinding. So, thank you. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, so next up is Senator Favola, then Senator Head. You've been so patient, you're second.
Yes, I see Senator Favola. She's right there.
Yeah.
She can share too.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Favola. If you'll present your bill. Could you grab my pen from over there? Thank you. Please go
Madam
ahead,
Chair.
Senator.
Okay. I asked the committee to draw your attention to Senate Bill 220, and I do have an amendment in the nature of a substitute, and it was posted today at 10:51. There are lots of stakeholders when you work on education issues, as you know.
There's an amendment in front of us. Is there a motion? Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded that we adopt the amendment. All in favor? The motion has been accepted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this bill does is it actually creates a definition of an IEP, and it establishes a framework for the state to identify factors that are important to consider in developing an IEP. It enables the state to come into compliance with the federal IDEA law, which we really are not in full compliance right now. But most importantly, the structure of this bill is really going to help our children and our educators, because at the end of the day, we want our school systems to serve every child. And this bill would provide a lot of training, both for general educators and for special educators and for special ed educators as well. The goal of special education based on evidence-based data is to integrate children with developmental challenges into our general education class. So it's important for general ed educators to really have training in the whole area of special education. This bill does that. And this bill provides a lot more accountability because it establishes 8 regional special education parent support centers, which is an important element in the entire conversation about special education, the services that should be provided, and what parents can and should expect from a school system. And it builds capacity to continue to gather data, to monitor how successful the state is in serving our children, and to work with our school systems and meeting very good, very noble goals. Many stakeholders were involved in this. We worked with school systems. We worked with parent groups. We worked with the University of Virginia Law Center. Professor Ryan helped guide a lot of the development of this bill to ensure that we actually met federal law. And actually, there's a law student who did a lot of work in terms of drafting this bill, and Cyrus Tafty is here, and I think he would like to testify as well, if you would just give him a moment, and I can conclude or ask my supporters to stand if you're time constrained.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Cyrus Tafty, and I'm a student at the University of Virginia School of Law State and Local Government Policy Clinic, and the views I express today are my own. I'm here to speak in favor of SB 220. The bill focuses on 4 key areas. First, it improves state-level resources to support educators to more consistently identify students with disabilities. It requires an update to the Virginia IEP to ensure that parents have input in the development of education plans and that those plans better align instruction and services with the individual needs of each student. Second, the bill creates a system of professional development for both general and special educators that leverages the state's existing training and technical assistance centers to provide in-person training, modules, and ongoing regional coaching. Third, it establishes a more accessible system of support for parents that include the 8 regional resource centers and a parent engagement specialist in every division. And finally, it builds the capacity of the Department of Education to better monitor and support divisions by requiring a statewide IEP and data system that will track and publicly report key data on the implementation and outcomes of the special education system. In short, SB 220 provides for comprehensive reforms that ensure Virginia students with disabilities can succeed, and I urge you to support its passage.
Thank you. Senator Favola?
If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. There is a House bill that has been reported out of at least one committee unanimously. This does need to go to Finance. But we are very excited about this, and I do hope it's the will of the committee to pass the bill.
Thank you. Are there any questions from committee members before we move to public testimony? Thank you. Seeing none, we will limit it to 5 minutes total for both sides. So I know it's difficult for our loquacious public
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the
testifiers.
subcommittee. My name is Mike Asip. I'm work with the Virginia Council of Administrators of Special Education and really appreciate the work that Senator Vavola, Delegate Coiner, and the Virginia UVA public policy staff have completed to get this bill through substitute as is. And Senator Favola's been wonderful and collaborative in this process. It's important, I think the most powerful thing, if I want to say it, is the professional development for general educators to make sure that specially designed instruction happens for every child with a disability in the classes. Our students with disabilities, 70% of them are in the general education classroom, more than 80% of their day. So they're in general ed. Let's work with the general ed teachers and administrators to make sure they're ready to support them through the IEP process, eligibility, IEP, et cetera. The staffing and funding, the parent supports are a big part of this, with parent specialists in each division funded through the budget amendment. There are 8 regional family support centers funded through the budget amendment. There are additional professional development resources in TTAC that will support this professional development because it is a big rollout that needs to happen. And I think we built some flexibility in the Virginia IEP to allow some autonomy of the divisions as long as that data pipeline goes in so that data can report out what's going on, what's in the IEPs, what's going on with the IEPs, and the data is universal across Virginia, then that is an asset. Given the gaps that have persisted for our students with disabilities, this is important. I also want to clarify for everybody that Virginia far exceeds IDEA requirements by over 100 ways. And it's known as a parent consent state. Parents in Virginia have more consent than most other states in the Commonwealth. And so we support that, and we know that this will support and strengthen parents' information about special education. Thank you.
Sorry, did you identify yourself, just for the record?
Yes, I did. Mike Asip with VCASE.
Thank you. And again, if we can keep it within the time limit, thank you.
The League of Women Voters supports this. Our education equity study Denise Harrington, League of Women Voters Virginia supports this. Our education equity study also looked at some problems with, of course, special education and needed to be funded. On a personal note, as a general ed teacher, I appreciated working with TTAC and getting training about special education a little bit more in the classroom. So this is a great bill. This is also has accountability, and for all the other reasons mentioned, we support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Monica Hutchinson, Rise for Youth, and we support this bill.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Randy Pearson with Two Capitals Consulting here on behalf of the Autism Society of Central Virginia, as well as the Autism Society of Tidewater, Virginia. We thank Senator Favola and we support the bill.
Hi, Stephen Marcoux with Arlington Public Schools. We'd like to thank the patron for working with us to address our concerns and get to a result that helps move special education forward for people across Virginia. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, and Senator Hashmi, I will affirm for you that there are very, very big bills that you will have to look at. This is one of them. We are very grateful. I represent Alexandria City Public Schools here on behalf of, very grateful for the patron for taking the time and really digging into this legislation to ensure that not only are we moving the bar, and we, to Mike Asip's point, we're exceeding the federal standard in over 100 ways, but we're moving the bar for all kids, but we're also ensuring that we are bringing our teachers along with us and building the capacity of their scope of instruction with children but at the same time making sure that we are doing right by our school divisions, ensuring that they can continue to do the kinds of things we know are working. The one thing I will mention that this bill does not do, and sorry, Senator Paul, it does not address the pipeline for our special education teachers. We have an extraordinary shortage, and many of our issues that we are facing in special education classrooms as a result of provisionally licensed special education teachers or who are trying to fulfill all of those requirements, and oftentimes in the most challenging classrooms. So grateful to the patron, and we look forward to continuing to move this bill forward.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Joel Andrus on behalf of Virginia Beach City Public Schools. Again, thank Senator Favola and all the stakeholders for working on this. I think we've gotten this into a much better posture. And again, echoing Kathy's comments before, that really need to focus now on the teacher pipeline to ensure that we are getting good, high-quality teachers in our classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Favola, I believe there's one other speaker behind you.
Sorry.
Brian Kelmar, parent advocate, and with Commonwealth Autism, we support this bill.
Thank you. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in opposition? Well, is there someone coming forward? Yes. Okay.
Hi, Chad Stewart with the Virginia Education Association. We certainly appreciate the intent of this bill, and we see lots of good ideas in here that we like, but we have to bring the concerns of our special education teachers forward for this. We know that there is a crisis with the state not paying its share for special education teachers. The JLARC report said that we're only paying for 2/3 of the number of teachers that are currently in our classrooms for special ed teachers, 1 in 9 special ed aid positions. And there's a reason that this is our biggest shortage area in the state. There's incredible burnout. Our special education teachers have enormous caseloads that are very difficult to manage at this point because of years of underfunding for staffing. So the idea of adding additional training at this time to their plate, they're all for parent engagement, but creating many more pathways that will require significant additional parent engagement beyond that while they are already so short-staffed, that is very worrisome to many of our special education teachers. And for that reason, just given the state of our special education teaching system and where we are right now, they find it very difficult to support this bill in its form. But there are many ideas in here that they do like and would like in an ideal world to see implemented.
Madam Chair, I will just say that the enactment clauses for this bill are almost as long as the bill itself. I mean, we do have a current contract with the state that is, and that contract actually is sort of managing the IEP input. And that's going to go for 3 years before we can recompete that contract to get a new framework. We do have a stakeholder group set up, so hopefully some of the issues that you just heard, we can try to accommodate. This bill does not do everything. It doesn't fix the pipeline for special education teachers, and I know that. Maybe we need a different bill that provides grants and other incentives for folks to go into special education. But again, we have a task force, and there's a whole regulatory process that will take place to implement this bill. And as you know, the regulatory process has many stakeholders involved. So I'm hoping that we can get to a place where everybody feels this can be implemented in a robust way. But I do ask that the bill pass. This is a very good first step.
Thank you, Senator Favola. And I know when the bill first appeared, there was a lot of discussion, and I just want to commend you as the patron for working so intentionally with so many different stakeholder groups to bring it to a point where there is just about universal consensus. And I certainly agree with the gentleman who pointed out that our special ed teachers need additional support. We are hopeful that with the focus on the other bills that we have coming through this session, that we will be able to provide increased levels of support for all of our special ed teachers as well. Is there a motion on the floor on this bill? Oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead, Senator.
Sorry, I'll be very quick, Madam Chair. I want to thank the patron as well. I know you've been working on this for many months. I know you've worked with many stakeholders. I know this has been a long process, and I've had many people talk to me about this bill throughout the last few months. My main concerns were based on the comments of the last speaker. I am worried about where we are right now when it comes to our special education teachers. The workload is immense. The type of issues that they are dealing with are significant. There's significant burnout. People are leaving the profession, and we know that our students with IEPs probably need the most highly qualified, experienced teachers. So I will be voting in favor of it. I think this is important. But as this moves forward, I want us to make sure that we are staying on top of this and we're communicating, because I do not want to see any harm done to our staff. And I know also the patron knows that there have been some concerns around large school systems who already have electronic IEP systems and what that will mean, how they will be able to utilize those or not, because of course they've cost money and there's, professional development around it, et cetera, et cetera. Can you speak to that? Mr.
Yes,
Chair, if the patron could speak to it, please.
Thank you, Senator Pekarsky. I think you're referring to Fairfax and the very complex data system that they have implemented. We put language in here to ensure that they don't have to come up with a new system, that the data the state would require can be transferred from whatever system they have to the state. So we left it open. We do not want Fairfax to have to get a new system. That's not our goal. Our goal is that a certain baseline of information be transferred to the states so we understand what's going on across the Commonwealth. And we very much want to empower our special education teachers. That's really what this is all about. We don't want to keep layering a different, more training and other things where we want to help them in any way we can do what they need to do and do what they're doing every day. So hopefully this gets us there. It's a step-by-step process, but I certainly respect your insights of being a former school board member and chair of the Fairfax School Board. So thank you for your comment.
Senator Pekarsky.
Yeah, no, I thank you to the patron. I appreciate that. There was great concern for my school system. So I think is the motion now to report and refer to the I'm going to do that. I will make that motion to refer to Senate Finance.
Well, we got to go to full committee first.
Okay. Report and then go to so what's the motion?
Recommend a report.
I recommend that we report. Sorry, newbie, trying to learn.
Is it substitute?
As amended, yeah, as a substitute.
All right, the motion is to recommend to report as substituted Senate Bill 220. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes 6-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I appreciate your help.
Senator Head, the most patient man in the world. Come on up.
I can assure you my children would disagree with that statement. So.
At least this one time.
I have an anomaly of a bill in that this is the bill as it was introduced. There is no substitute. There are no amendments that I am aware of.
This is Senate Bill 420, right?
And this is this is Senate Bill number 420, and it's pardon. It's something. This was brought to me at the request of the Virginia School for the Deaf and Blind, and increases the membership on their Board of Visitors by 4 members, non-legislative members, and the expansion would specify representation not just from the deaf and blind community, but specifically parents of students that are at the school, as well as additional representation of alumni from the school on the Board of Visitors. And it also further expands the definition of deaf, hard of hearing, and vision impaired. That is the bill. The fiscal impact is a whopping $800, which they can absorb in their existing funds. So
before we get to questions, is there anybody that wants to talk in support or in opposition to the bill in the audience? My question is why?
Mr. Chairman, I honestly don't know because, as I said, this was at their request, and all I know is that they do great work and they feel like they need better representation among their membership on their Board of Visitors. So I was happy to bring it on their behalf.
Anybody else?
Move the report.
All right.
Anybody here I'm sorry, did you ask if anybody was here?
I did.
All
All right.
Move the report.
There's been a motion to recommend reporting Senate Bill 420. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Thank you very much.
Sorry we had to take so long for that. Is there anybody here to speak to Senate Bill 468?
Bath County, Allegheny, State.
All right, we make a motion.
Make a motion to pass that by for the year.
Can I get a second? Second. All right, there's been a recommendation to pass by indefinitely Senate Bill 468. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, that motion passes 6-0. We also need to do that for Senator Stanley's 96. He asked that we carry that over for the year, so can I get a motion to carry that over?
Move.
Second.
All right, there's been a motion and a second to carry over Senate Bill 96 for the year. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, we dispatched of that. Senator Pillion.
Come on.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone.
Lady.
Mr. Chair, there should be an amendment which clarifies the definition of chronically absent to exclude excused absences. That was on request of the
Okay, so this is Senate Bill.
Supreme Court. Sorry, Senate Bill 16.
Senate Bill 619.
And I'll warn you ahead of time, there will probably be another amendment while we're talking, and there could, if DLS wants to go ahead.
Okay, so so we got one prepared amendment.
You tell me. Okay, so we have a substitute we're going to prepare, we're going to pass out. And
we're just going to do a substitute.
And then she's got a recommendation as well.
Can we do a substitute? And
That
then an
make
amendment?
it
Okay, so
even
we're going to do the
better.
substitute that email. Okay, so can I get a motion to accept the substitute?
So good. Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, so we got the substitute before us.
You want to go?
All right, Counselor, did you want to speak to an amendment before we get going?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the substitute you have in front of you amends the bill by removing the provision in the definition of chronically absent in lines 236 through 238 that it would include excused and unexcused absences, to read instead that it excludes excused absences. However, there was an alternative way to address this issue that may do a more adequate job of achieving the desired result, partially because the definition of chronically absent as including excused and unexcused absences is the definition that appears on the Virginia Department of Education's website. It's the definition that is used by, I think, there's a couple other entities that use that definition. So rather than trying to fabricate a definition that brings the bill into conflict with the Commonwealth's own Department of Education's definition of the term, an alternative would be to not rely on any definition of chronically absent, so avoid that definition and restructure the bill a little bit to define educational neglect, which in the substitute is in lines 239 through 248, in a way where you strike all of that subdivision 1 and make subdivision 2 just sort of the main body of the definition, so that it would read that it is failure or refusal to enroll a child in any, or I'm sorry, I have failure or refusal to, where is this? Sorry, I'm sort of coming up with this in concept. To meet the compulsory attendance requirements pursuant to the applicable code sections, if such failure or refusal continues after the school makes or follows essentially the procedures that are laid out in that same section, which sort of has them in gradations depending on how many days were missed and how many days were missed after the school attempts to reconcile with or contact the parent. And so this would be if such failure or refusal continues after the school, with the final step would make a referral to an attendance officer who would then institute a court a proceeding or file a complaint against the parent, and the time elapsed between the institution of the proceedings or filing of the complaint and the parent's noncompliance and the student's resulting non-attendance would exceed 10% or more of the academic year.
That's the key.
And
right
so
there.
that would avoid any issues with bringing chronic absenteeism in and implying that perhaps excused absences are included, and it would also avoid bringing the provisions of the bill into conflict with existing definitions of chronic absenteeism. And this would require a little bit of additional restructuring throughout the bill, but the overall scheme would remain the same, and it would still be based off of the existing processes and procedures that schools are required to follow in instances of such parental failure or refusal to comply with compulsory attendance requirements.
Mr. Chair,
Senator Peake.
could council repeat that?
Yeah, me, really. I would appreciate it as well. Yeah.
Okay, so I think the key part to that, Council, is that the neglect piece comes in after the court proceeding. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that is essentially correct. This is attempting to address a scenario in which, first of all, the attendance officer authority to initiate the court proceeding or file a complaint against the parent is permissive to begin with. But this also addresses a scenario in which, for example, they do initiate the court proceeding or file the complaint, but during the pendency of proceedings, let's say they go on for a while without reaching a resolution, or they take a while to get started, the school continues to be unable to get in contact with the parent or elicit the parent's compliance in coming up with alternatives to address the continued non-attendance, or even just expresses a willingness to try to reach some sort of resolution. In the event in which that sort of intermediary period continues where the school took their last means of redress, but the child is still missing too much school, this triggers that educational neglect portion that also triggers the employees of the school's mandatory reporting requirements.
And she's explained it so eloquently, I don't think I could repeat that. I'm not going to try either.
Just maybe because we just went down a deep hole.
Did. I'm not so sure.
Maybe let's come up for air and you explain the broader concept.
How about I bring someone,
bring our friends?
an expert,
bring our friends.
This idea came out of the Small and Rural Schools Coalition work group on chronic absenteeism, and this is Superintendent Keith Berrigan, and I'm sure he would love to take it from here.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let it rip.
I had Mr. Chair, then Madam Chair, then you came back. So Mr. Chair and esteemed members of the Public Education Subcommittee, as Senator Pillion said, I'm Keith Parrish. I'm superintendent at Washington County Public Schools. I'm also a member of the Chronic Absenteeism Task Force, and I'm president of the Coalition of Small and Rural Schools of Virginia, which is made up of 81 school divisions from across our Commonwealth. Other rural superintendents, I think, have already sent you emails expressing their support of this bill, so I want you to imagine about 80 other superintendents in line behind me supporting this. I'm testifying in support of this bill on behalf of rural educators across the Commonwealth who understand that public education is our students' best hope to break the cycles of poverty, addiction, and abuse that is unfortunately too common across our great Commonwealth. If students attend school, we can help them learn, gain access to needed resources, and in some cases even save their lives. Truancy has traditionally been a school issue. However, chronic absenteeism and educational neglect affect entire communities and our future. You may hear testimony today that depicts this bill as punitive, but I promise you that's not the intent. I assure you, I wouldn't have driven 300 miles to try to punish parents. My whole intent and our coalition's whole intent with this is try to gain access to students that we're not able to gain access to. Rural school leaders and staff are passionate about helping our students reach their full potential. We can't serve students and our community appropriately if our students don't attend school. Despite multiple tiered intervention, there's still a percentage of our students who we can't seem to reach on our own. We need the support of other agencies. Chronic absenteeism is not a school problem, it's a community problem, and it will take every available resource to solve it. This bill adds another tier of support to our most vulnerable students. This is actually an attempt to prevent disengaged parents from getting deeper and deeper into the court system. If we don't stand in the gap for these children, no one will. In my opinion, chronic absenteeism, next to student mental health, is the most serious problem that public education faces today. Now's the time. We can't continue to wring our heads about this issue. We have to roll up our sleeves. I ask on behalf of passionate educators all across rural Virginia that you please support this bill.
Is there anybody else that would like to come up and support the bill?
Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee, Tom Smith of the Superintendent's Association. Absenteeism is a Virginia problem, but it's also a national problem. Superintendents across Virginia, as well as country, are reaching for tools to try to bring kids back to school. Is this the first tool they're going to use? No. But what this is a tool piece in a tool belt that allows them, if necessary, to move forward with it. So we would ask that you approve this bill.
Is there anybody who's in opposition or concerned or others? Committee? Oh.
Good afternoon, Monica with Rise for Youth. Yeah, we definitely have some concerns about this particular bill to expand abused and neglected child to cover chronic absenteeism. When there are many issues and factors that can go into why a child may be missing from school. Some things are, if school lets out early, parents may not have a way to pick their child up or may not have after school care for their child. The child has to stay home. Those are some of it. We also know that housing insecurity is a major problem here in Virginia and especially in certain parts of our state. And while McKinney-Vento says that transportation is provided, that's not always the case. Transportation is not always provided to children under McKinney-Vento to transport them from home into school and back. So yeah, we just have some concerns because anything that is going to criminalize parents or families anymore, which is what this does, to say neglected or to expand neglected and abused child, then yes, we will absolutely oppose that. Thank you.
You've heard the bill, you know the problem. In Virginia, one study shows that we're the second highest percentile of students who are unaccounted for in public and private or home schools. We have to do something to try to address the problem. This is just, like we've heard, one more tool in the toolbox that we can try to negate the issue. I'd ask you to pass the bill. And I know it's a work in progress. I completely understand that, as evidenced by the hard work of DLS.
Senator Pekarsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the patron, you are, and the speaker that came forward, you're right. Chronic absenteeism is a huge problem right now. It has just extremely detrimental effects to the overall education of our students. But what I have not heard ever is if people know why, the why, which makes me worry that this may not be the solution. And to be candid, I do worry about, what about those families that don't have childcare one day? The parent has got to go to work. And the only solution is that high school student is going to stay home. I mean, that doesn't come from a place of malice or not wanting their children to be in school, and we're creating these obstacles for families. I'm worried about that, so I really want to understand this better.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Precossi, the educational neglect is not triggered if the parent is in communication with the school. So that should relieve that question that you would have. It's the student that we're not hearing from, or the parent that we're not hearing from, that are yeah, and she can show you. It's the student that is unaccounted for.
Why don't you want to explain it to Council, why don't you explain that part of the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Section 22.1-258 of the code sets out sort of a timeline or a scheme of procedures that the school is required to take when a pupil fails to report to school on a regularly scheduled school day and no indication has been received by school personnel that the pupil's parent is aware of and supports the pupil's absent. And then it requires the school to make a reasonable effort to notify the parent to obtain an explanation. And then the next step pertains to when the student has missed 5 scheduled school days, again with no indication that the pupil's parent is aware of and supports the pupil's absence. Again, the school is required to try to make a reasonable effort to notify the parent, but that effort has failed. The next step is that the school principal or his designee tries to make a reasonable effort to ensure that direct contact is made with the parent in person. And then the next step results from if that next attempt to make direct contact fails again, or the parent is intentionally non-compliant, or there's indication that the parent is intentionally non-compliant, the school principal or his designee is required to schedule a conference. And after that, in current law, starting at line 289 in the substitute you have in front of you, it refers to in circumstances in which the parent is intentionally non-compliant. So this is after the conference, and current law doesn't address what happens if, for example, the school does try to schedule the conference as is required by law, but they still can't get in contact with the parent, or they can't get the parent to show up to the conference, and the student's non-attendance is continuing to be unaddressed and therefore also continuing. It does provide that in the event of intentional noncompliance, the school can make a referral to an attendance officer who can also then try to schedule a conference with the pupil and his parent, and may file a complaint with the Juvenile Domestic Relations District Court alleging the pupil is a child in need of supervision, or institute proceedings against the parent pursuant to other applicable provisions of law. And so this whole scheme is based upon certain points at which the school is required to try to notify the parent, and then followed by continued non-attendance combined with, again, failure to be able to either make contact with the parent or elicit the parent's willingness or compliance to at least discuss alternative attendance options, or even just the reasons for non-attendance. And so what this would do is try to address the intermediary period where, let's say, the attendance officer, the conference that the attendance officer schedules doesn't work out, the parent doesn't show up or is non-compliant, and they're waiting for the court proceeding to reach a resolution, but the non-attendance is continuing and they still can't reach the parent. But if a parent is communicating at any of these points or not being intentionally non-compliant, educational neglect and the mandatory reporting requirement should not be triggered.
Council, for the conference piece, does that speak to if it has to be in person or virtual, or if it's or if it can be either?
Mr. Chairman, in the second, the first conference that the school principal or his designee is required to make after the student has missed 5 scheduled school days without any indication that the parent knows of or supports it, and a reasonable effort to notify the parent has failed. It does require reasonable effort to ensure that direct contact is made with the parent in person, but then it says through telephone conversation or through the use of other communications devices to obtain. So it doesn't require that to be in person.
Okay.
It could even just be over phone.
Cool. Thank you. Senator Pekarsky, does that address? Okay. So thank you. I'm going to vote for this because I do think it strikes a good balance, and I do think it's attentive to the needs that we have, and I do think that we have a real problem. I think the problem's getting better in the sense that we're slowly getting back to where it needs to be, but there are a lot of kids who we're having a lot of trouble getting in touch with, and I do agree with Tom that this is not necessarily the first tool that's going to be used, but it is a tool in the toolkit that we may need to use.
Mr. Chair, if it is getting better, which we all hope it is, then this bill will never even have to be applied.
Right.
But it is a backup plan that we can use.
Yeah. Well, and it's getting better, but it's still not good.
No.
So there is a motion to recommend reporting Senate Bill 619. Is there a second? Second. There's been a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Yeah, I will abstain for Senator Law.
Okay. All those against? All right, so that motion passes 4-0 to 1. Thank you, Senator Pillion.
And thank you. Really, thank you.
All right, who do we? Yes. Senator Mulcahy. You are next, and you have 142, right? Yes, 142. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought you forgot I was still here.
No, I didn't.
So this was a bill I inherited from Senator Ruff. And so I have an expert here that's going to tell you all about it. Superintendent of Schools for Pittsylvania County, Mark Jones. Is that okay if he comes and tells you about it, since he is the one who requested it?
Yeah, come on up.
Thank you very much. Chairman Van Valkenburg, members of the Public Education Subcommittee, I appreciate this opportunity to speak with you. I'm Mark Jones, Division Superintendent of Pennsylvania County Schools, and I'm here to speak on Senate Bill 142. It's this public school teachers' licensure requirements, issuance of a one-year local eligibility license. Since 2021, as we've returned from COVID, Pennsylvania County Schools has experienced difficulty in finding enough qualified teachers to replace those retiring and leaving the field. This year, we have operated with 32 vacant teaching positions because there were no applicants, meeting the licensure requirement necessary to fill them. We have had to hire long-term substitutes, eliminate classes, employ retirees, and combine classrooms. And while these solutions were not good, they clearly did not adequately meet the academic needs of our students. And other school divisions are facing this or more dire circumstances relating to teacher vacancies. Currently, there are approximately 3,200 teacher vacancies across the 134 school divisions in Virginia. And I am sure that other divisions like we have handled these situations admirably, but have done so at the detriment of our students. The national shortage of college graduates with degrees in education has caused school divisions to be creative in filling classroom positions. And this can only be having a negative effect on our children. Before 2013, the omnibus teacher licensure bill was approved. School boards in Virginia had the ability to issue local licenses. and where we could hire individuals with baccalaureate degrees from accredited colleges and universities with experience or training in a relevant subject or content area. This provision was eliminated at the time because at that time there was an abundance of applicants with teacher credentials. Senate Bill 142 will set forth teacher licensure requirements authorizing local school boards to issue local licenses for 1 year with a renewable 2-year period to individuals who have received a baccalaureate degree from a regionally accredited institution of higher education, has experience or training in a subject or content area as the school board or superintendent deems appropriate, and is seeking to provide instruction in special education, or is not seeking to provide instruction in special education, or eligible for collegiate postgraduate professional licenses. The bill establishes several requirements, criteria, and conditions relating to the local eligibility license, including criteria and requirements relating to probationary terms of employment, eligibility for receiving a collegiate professional or postgraduate professional license, and the expiration of a 1-year eligibility license and conditions that must be met before attaining continuing contract status. This bill will greatly assist school divisions in finding quality replacements for needed teaching positions, and is also good for qualified applicants who can be hired on a local license and earn a teacher's salary and benefits while working on the requirements for a collegiate professional teaching license. During the first year of employment, the new teacher will be assigned a mentor, provided professional development, and will have tuition assistance available to them for classes that are needed. I thank you for this opportunity and respectfully request your support of this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee, we've been talking about tool belts. That's what this is. Again, it's a tool because we've got, the problem of lack of teachers statewide is a crisis. And sometimes when you have a crisis, you need to go back and dust off one of those old tools that you had before. This was one that was in place from 2000 to 2013, over 10 years. And so I think that we're thinking of it as part of a grow your own type program. Across the Commonwealth, we have a number of teacher aides that have had experience. They have a baccalaureate degree, but and they're not eligible because the baccalaureate degree may have been in math instead of elementary ed, and so they would not be eligible for a provisional license. So this is to help those folks get the requirements done in order to then move towards a provisional license. It does not count towards continuing contract. It cannot go past the maximum of 2 years. I'll say that the previous one was for 3 years, the one that was done away with in 2013. So we think it's a reasonable tool. I know there's some question about it, but I think it's one that worked in the past and that we would like to move forward with. Thank you.
Let's be brief, friends. Tom, this time that's not shade at you.
Be very brief. Teacher vacancies are often exacerbated in rural communities, and therefore the Coalition of Small and Rural Schools support this bill.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Pat Finner, representing Newport News Public Schools and Falls Church Public Schools, and they both strongly support this bill. Thank you.
Tanya James for Loudoun County Schools. We support this bill.
I think this bill is going to be favorably viewed, so just as a FYI for those coming up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Kyler Hedrick on behalf of Chesapeake Public Schools, and we support the bill.
Good evening, Alan Siebert, Roanoke City Public Schools, in support of this bill.
Mr. Chairman, I'm John Suswick with Virginia Professional Educators, and we support the bill. Thank you.
Mike Asa from VCASE, Special Educators. We just had a discussion about the critical shortage in special education. We support this bill as a tool for divisions to have. Thank you.
Anybody up with concerns?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Jay Deck with the Virginia Education Association. We're worried that this is going to expand the period of time that a teacher won't be licensed in the classroom. And we feel that every child in the Commonwealth deserves a licensed and highly qualified teacher. Thank you.
Senator Pekarsky.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to the patron. Mr. Chair, I actually remember when we did have this in place in the early 2000s. I do tend to agree with where the last comments were. Every child deserves to have the most qualified teacher, but it is a crisis right now. Is there any sunset clause, I would ask the patron, on this? Or is it just open-ended?
Can legal help me with that?
There's not one on it right now.
No, right.
You
Okay.
want to put one on it?
Mr. Chair, I would like to put one on it. I don't know what that would be appropriate date for it, so I would like to talk with stakeholders. So I would be willing to actually vote for this, pass it forward, and then maybe try to make an amendment in full committee. If you'd be willing to work with me, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay,
That's a
so,
great idea.
okay, good. I move to report, and I'll work.
There's been a motion and a second.
So that's a kinda yes? I'll take that.
It's a yeah.
It's a kinda yes,
Yeah.
okay.
Yay.
Thank you.
So there's been a motion and a second to recommend referring Senate Bill 142. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Locke is an aye.
Opposed? All right, that's 5-0. That motion carries. Senator Pekarsky will get with you before next week.
Thank you.
All right. Now we got the Senator Durant docket. All right. So we got 4 bills from Senator Durant. So I was like, let's just go in order.
Okay.
Do
let's
75
it.
first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eyes are a bit blurry from. So in order 75. Is that your order? You go from. Huh? Oh, Senator Subramanian had the same bill. Yeah,
So
I
we've-
wondered about that.
Yeah, Senator Subramaniam has a bill. So
Can we
would you,
conform
can you
them
can you
then to?
enroll yours in?
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion would be, I didn't even catch that. The motion would be to, it's 702, right? So the motion would be to roll Senate Bill 75 into Senate Bill 702. So I'll make that motion.
Second.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Locke's an aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes 5-0. All right, look at that, we're going fast. All right, 76. Senate Bill 76 is next.
Yes. Okay. So Senate Bill 76 seeks to exempt child care centers operated by religious institutions from licensure by the Superintendent of Public Instruction. This bill came about because we had some, I think it was vacation Bible schools, summer camps that were in operation that had some, for lack of a better description, just some inspector from Department of Education that came in. And so what we're seeking, what this bill seeks to do is follow the Virginia Department of Education inspection priorities as listed in Virginia Code 22.1-289-019. And that requires inspectors to prioritize their inspection resources as follows. First, inspections in response to complaints. Second, inspections of licensed child care, child day programs. Third, inspections of licensed exempt child daycare programs that are public funded. And finally, inspections of other licensed exempt child daycare programs. So given the high degree and frequency of scrutiny that our preschools and daycares are receiving, we'd like to just ensure that based on this this bill that those priorities are in fact being followed. Over there's strong roots in this religious exemption from childcare licensure. It was challenged previously in the Establishment Clause ground, and in 1988, the United States Court of Appeals, the Fourth Circuit, found that the law does not violate that the U.S. Constitution, and the Supreme Court declined to hear that appeal. So we've got some strong roots in that, and I think it's important to note that they still will be following the rigorous standards in terms of ensuring that they've got the background inspections, et cetera. Just want to ensure that these summer camps, Bible camps, if you have, that they're going to be able to continue to operate. Happy to answer any questions.
Is there anybody here that's to speak to the bill?
Can we distribute these to the senators, please? Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the subcommittee, thank you. I'm Dan Zacharias. I'm Executive Director of the Old Dominion Association of Church Schools, and we appreciate Senator Durant carrying this bill for us. It essentially shifts the religious exemption from one exemption piece of code to another that would give us some more freedom. We're distributing copies of these comments as well as a list of reasons we believe you should support the bill. But I want to focus on one reason, and usually that opposition talks about, and that's child safety. Opponents of the bill will argue that if the bill were to pass, children would be less safe. To make their case, sometimes they will cite a genuine tragedy, a child fatality that's occurred in a religious setting. And ODAC certainly has sympathy for anybody who has experienced such a horrible tragedy. However, similar incidents do occur in licensed child care centers, and those are not usually mentioned in the discussion. Conspicuously missing from the opposition argument is data that compares religiously exempt child care centers with licensed centers. And so I've just provided with you with a couple of sheets that provide some data that make such a comparison. The summary of the data is twofold. First, data published by the Department of Education shows that while serious injuries and deaths are uncommon in both religious exempt and licensed settings, a child in a religiously exempt center is more than 2.6 times less likely to suffer a serious injury or death than as a child in a licensed center. Additionally, data published by the Virginia Department of Social Services shows that while founded cases of child abuse are rare in both settings, a founded case of child abuse is nearly 5 times less likely to occur in a religiously exempt center as it is to occur in a licensed center. This data dramatically contradicts the assumption that more laws and regulations automatically result in greater safety for children. In fact, the data suggests just the opposite. I'm not going to read everything that I have written here for time's sake, but for these reasons, as well as reasons of separation of church and state and of creating greater opportunity for child care in the current environment of great need, we urge you please to vote yes on Senate Bill 76, and we thank you for considering our opinion. Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, respect for the committee's time, we just, Daniel Davies, on behalf of the Family Foundation, we associate ourselves with Mr. Zacharias' report, testimony, and hope you support the bill. Thank you.
Thanks. Council, can you explain the shift? I'm so confused.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
so currently, as Senator Durant mentioned, the licensure exemption for certain religious or certain child day centers that are operating under the auspices of a religious institution are exempt from licensure under a section which imposes a series of very specific requirements for, I guess, sort of maintaining eligibility to operate exempt from licensure. And by shifting those child day centers that are operated or conducted under the auspice, basically religiously operated or affiliated child day centers, by shifting them from that code section into this general code section that deals with exemptions from licensure for just the general category of child day programs, it then imposes a sort of less restrictive and more general series of requirements for maintaining eligibility to operate without license. Sure.
So, under current law, who would be exempt under that section as distinguished from religious folks under .031? Like, what's the, how's, so, because moving it from in 030 right now, who falls under that category? Like I want to, like, what's the apples to apples comparison, if there is any?
In this section that is being amended to add these religious child day centers?
Yeah. Who's under the authority of that code section that we're moving them into?
It's a rather wide series of, we've actually discussed this in different contexts, you and I, but it refers to, in subsection A, programs that are not child day programs and are therefore not required to be licensed, and lays out various programs of instructional experience in a single focus, recreational activities. And so it puts these child day centers under subsection A of that, which says following programs are not child day programs and shall not be required to be licensed. And then subsection B deals with programs that are considered child day programs that are not required to be licensed. And then, so it breaks it up like that, and it has just a series of specific types of these programs that, for whatever reason, fall within these either not child day programs or child day programs that are not required to be licensed.
Yeah, and I think, Mr. Chair, I think it's important to note they still have the conduct the background checks for employees, volunteers, prohibits employment or service of any individual who has had been convicted of barrier crimes. So there are some, still have those important guardrails in place.
So what do they not have to do if we move them into this code section? That can be for anybody.
Mr. Chairman, so by moving it into this code section, it eliminates some of the more specific requirements referring to required ratios of supervisory personnel to other staff or staff to children. That's a rather significant part of that section. The same general background check requirements.
I'm going to cut you off. How does that interact with the regulation of every other program? Like, I mean, so are we? So do some of these groups? So do.
Okay, do you want them out? Mm-hmm. Okay. Mr. Chair. Yeah, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I think I have someone who I think
feel
can
free
speak
to
on a little
feel free
bit
to
more.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee, to try to help you with the questions you're asking, which are good questions. The religious exemption is in 030. It's being this would shift it to a different part of 030. There are A section and a B section. If you look at B carefully, I believe there's a list of 8 or 9 exemptions, and most of them are just a simple paragraph, whereas there are 2 that open up into lengthy code sections. This would actually bring 030B1 more in line with the other exemptions, and it still would have more requirements than most of the other exemptions. Also, to help you understand our particular dilemma, In our church-run schools, typically the typical campus is pre-K through 12, grade 12, all in one campus. You may have a 4-year-old kindergarten class that has to have this religious exemption from licensure right next to a 5-year-old class that is completely free of Department of Ed oversight. There is no Department of Ed oversight over private ed where an inspector can come in and look. And so we're having to train our people where the lines are drawn carefully. We don't have a problem with 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds in first grade, but we have inspectors in some cases openly expressing their dismay that they can't inspect more than the law allows them to. We're trying to bring that whole campus closer together as far as the freedom that it has from that DOE oversight. And I was going to say something else and it slipped my mind, but anyway, yeah. Hopefully that'll help you see. Oh, and we had a situation in Hampton this summer where an inspector threatened to shut down one of our summer day camps, and she was exceeding her authority. We had a couple of tense weeks. We were expecting a long, protracted battle. Fortunately, it turned around in our favor, but we're concerned that this could happen again. We feel like some overreach has been escalating over the past year and a half, and that is why we came to Senator Durant to ask for this bill.
Okay. I think I need another week with this one, personally. This doesn't have a financial impact, right?
I don't believe so.
It shouldn't, right? Council, this doesn't have a... I don't think so, right?
No.
So, yeah. So can we maybe pass this by for the week so
Sure.
that
No problem.
just to educate myself?
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
continue
Okay.
it up. We can
So take a
discuss it.
motion to pass by Senate Bill 76. Can I get a second? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? All right. We'll come back to that. Can we go to, all right, 440.
Okay. So this has actually come before the legislature several times. It's made it to the governor's desk some time back. And the genesis of why this bill first came about is because my locality, Stafford County, needed to fill in some gaps. It's particularly challenging to get school protection officers into elementaries. And they had some folks that were retired law enforcement, had spent a full career, and said, sure, we'd be happy to go, fill in this gap. But for folks like that who have had extensive experience as a retired law enforcement officer, that still means they're going to need to go get the full range of training through DCJS, and I think it's a 15-week course. Gimmicky Council could correct me on that one. But so in my locality, they had the required trainers already on staff in the county, so they could have leaned in and done the, I guess you could say, more specific training that was required to be able to get them up to speed as per requirements with the DCJS protocols. So, then it starts to wade through about conversations I think we've had in the General Assembly about where are we going in direction with whether to have school protection officers and how are we aligning our focus. I think we are all in agreement that we need to line in with supporting our schools with a lot of different resources, including behavioral health and supporting for these kids now more than ever. But we still need to have them. We have them in code. I think this is a tool for localities to be able to hire them from a different perspective. One of the things I think it's important to know, really important to know, is right now our school boards can hire from a private perspective, but a lot of times they're not comfortable because they want their school protection officers to have better training. And that was certainly true with my locality. The school board really opted to say we'd prefer to go to our sheriff's office because we want to have that elevated sense of training there instead of just going straight to that private entity. So there's different pathways you can go toward this one, and my locality, I think a lot of them would like to go through the sheriff's office instead. So that is what this bill is seeking to do. Unlike in years past, there is a fiscal impact on that one, and I think that's probably, if that's creating that new pathway that's, DCGS said we'd like to dedicate to have somebody that can do that training. I'm not sure if that would be applicable if the locality already has those trained on staff. So that's a question I can't answer. So that's kind of the history of this bill, and that's why we're bringing it forth again. And it's really just to give some of those tools, as we like to say in the General Assembly, for our localities to be able to get these folks hired who do have that requisite experience but can come in and augment it.
Senator Craig.
So in Chesapeake, we have a MOU with our police department and sheriff's department. So they now provide officers in every one of our schools. We have 52 schools in Chesapeake. So is this what you're trying to accomplish?
Well, I think if I'm getting this correct, it's been a long day. In order to hire this class of it, it's creating a different. Maybe council can help me a little bit on this one. It's a school protection officer. Is that a new training classification? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So further question.
Yep, Senator Craig.
So we have resource officers. Would this then require them now, if we create this new class, to have to go through additional training, or?
Senator
Yeah, Mr. Chair, no, I don't know, it would not. So if they've gone through that and they've done the training, whatever DCHS says, they've done with it. I think it's a 15-week course is what it's been some time since I remember we had that conversation. But if they've already got the full range of that experience in law enforcement, like say they retired from the FBI, that sort of thing, they still need to do some training in order that's relevant to go in to be a school protection officer. But there's other parts of that course I understand that's maybe not in terms of like driving, that would not be relevant to what they would need specifically to perform this role. So it just kind of, I think, narrows down that scope of what is specifically needed for that position.
Yes, Senator Craig.
Just further, so basically they just need basic law enforcement experience. I mean, because that's all our officers have. So if there's an additional experience, then I'm worried that our officers that are already in these positions would have to then have more training. So is it just a basic law enforcement?
Yeah, when I had conversations with my sheriff on that, he said they've got, when they go through the full course on it, there's a whole range of training that they receive, and I think it goes beyond the scope of what's needed specifically for it. So this kind of reduces down so that it's very narrowly tailored toward they're now in law enforcement, but they're going to add some specific training in to get them up to speed to be a school protection officer.
Is there anybody here that wants to speak to the bill?
And unfortunately, I didn't have my sheriff who was not able to come down, but I think there's somebody else here to speak for it.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Subcommittee members. Brandon Robleski, Senior Assistant Attorney General. The Attorney General supports this bill to give localities and school boards another tool in their toolbox to promote safe schools. The bill does not supplant the School Resource Officer Program or require or conflict with it. It simply allows localities to take retired law enforcement officers who have already been DCGS certified in the past and add them if as needed. Thank you.
When I had a conversation, Mr. Chair, with my sheriff, he said they're already retired as law enforcement officers, but it's a big lift to ask them to go away to do that very long course through DCGS. So that's off-site necessarily, but they had DCGS officers within the department that could do that training, and so, but it does require, in order to be in compliance, I believe, the Attorney General's office might be able to make sure I'm not speaking out of turn, but in order to be in compliance, they've got to create this new position.
Yeah.
So they are still getting those same.
Yeah, that's where I kind of
the same training, but it's. I guess you could say if you've got somebody who's got 25 years who has worked in law enforcement, and they're willing to go in and be a part-time school protection officer, but that's a big ask to say we're going to ask you to go back and do right from the very beginning that whole long course. It's going to cover a broad range of training that really isn't necessary for that specific role. So, and they've got those DCGS trainers on site. That certainly saves a lot more money for localities to be able to get and fill in what's a needed gap, particularly what they told me is in the elementary schools.
Senator Craig, did you want to say something? Ask a question, comment?
So Senator Cosgrove carried a similar bill years ago using retired law enforcement officers in good standing. So that means once they retire, their chief would have to recommend them to the school division. And I'm actually carrying, we carried a bill that because of the VRS, they wouldn't allow them to come in for 12 months. We got it marked, moved down to 6 months, and now I've got a bill in for 30 days because by law, if they're under VRS, they can't come back into a part-time position. Unless it's 6 months right now is what the law is. So I've got it moved down to 30 days. I have a bill now. It hasn't been heard yet. But we do have people that are retired in the schools now. So that's what, I mean.
May I phone a friend, Mr.
Yeah,
Mr.
phone
Chair?
a friend, because I need some,
Yeah.
I'm confused. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Senator Craig, as I understand your question, you're asking whether the retired versus retired in good standing qualification would apply here?
Well, I mean, I thought we could already use retired law enforcement officers because we do in Chesapeake. So that's what I'm a little concerned.
I think the issue, Mr. Chair, I apologize, Mr. Chair, Senator Craig, the issue is requiring those retired law enforcement officers to fully recertify as a precondition to stepping back in the schools as a law enforcement officer or a school protection officer. This limited training would not require them to go through the litany of retraining and recertification courses and would save money, frankly, for the limited application to the schools.
Senator Pekarsky?
Yeah, thank you. I see where this bill is coming from. My concern with this is, just being a law enforcement officer doesn't necessarily mean that you are equipped to be around kids, because that brings with it some special training and consideration. So I guess I just don't understand what training would they be missing out on if they go this route? Like, what will they not get?
Mr. Chair, Senator Pekarsky, if I'm just clarifying your question, if they need to go back to get this additional training, that would be training that goes beyond the scope of you're trained to be in law enforcement and branch off into whatever specialty that is. But there's specific skills that are required to be an actual school protection officer, and that's what this focuses on. So it's not enough, I think, to say you're going in, you're retired from another agency or maybe even in law enforcement specifically, but you do have to go back and get some training to make sure you've got, and I'm going to again phone a friend on what that is, on what they need to get in order to become a school protections officer, but it adds another layer, and I think it does add a lot more assurance that school boards should take on that they've got somebody that's not just law enforcement, they're specifically trained to do this role. And I think a lot of us are in agreement. Our school boards, our schools, they love our school protection officers. They're very much a well-loved part of our community in schools. And so I think it's for our school boards who say they do want to get into MOU with the school, with their school districts because they don't want to go that alternative route. This gives them opportunity to get that level of training in there. If they do already have those DCO trainers on staff, that could save them, the school boards and the school districts and the localities, some money.
I understand where you're going. I'm going to vote no on this, and I'll let you know why. Which is that a handful of years ago when we had the school safety committee and we put out a bunch of proposals, a lot of them were tied to how does the school system and law enforcement interact, right, in order to ensure that we are, to ensure that works well, right, because we want law enforcement in schools for the safety piece, we want schools doing the school thing, we want to make sure everybody knows their role, we want to make sure they interact well. And one of the pieces of that, it wasn't my legislation, it was somebody else's, was around proper training for these folks. Because, oftentimes police don't know children and the way children act and, all that stuff. And I think that's especially true the older you get, because the older you get, the more kids are strange and foreign, right? And you don't understand them.
Not always speak your language. I know.
Yeah, right. It's a foreign language. And so I think the balance that we struck on that a couple years ago was a good one. And I'm really, really hesitant to break it open. So that's just where I'm coming from when I vote. And I just want you to know that. I totally respect what you're doing, but that's just kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it should be part of our continued conversations, considering that if they don't enter an MOU and they can go the private vendor route, that's certainly a lot less layers that would require I got more concerns about where that direction goes versus we've got those who've got a lot of training and experience who can come back and add on what should be, and I think DCS has reflected that that would be a position to ensure that they're trained properly to work specifically in schools.
Senator Pekarsky.
Yeah, thank you. I will just say my concerns were what your concerns were. That's kind of where I was going. And pretty much what the training would be that they wouldn't receive if they went this route. And, if it comes back, I'll vote against it this time. If it comes back and I can understand that more fully, I do understand where this is coming from.
Certainly.
So
To
thank
be
you.
continued.
To be. I move to pass by indefinitely. Seconded by Senator Locke.
All right, there's been a motion and a second to recommend to pass by Senate Bill 440 indefinitely. All those in, sure, substitute motion.
I support our law enforcement in our schools. I think keep our kids safe. I just want to make sure that, I know a little bit more about this. I'd love to carry over to the year, and I'd like to get some more information on this.
All right, the substitute motion is to recommend carrying over for the year Senate Bill 440. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Thank you very much,
Okay, that
Mr. Chair.
Passes 3-2.
Okay, last
And then
one.
last one, Senate Bill 441.
Yes, so Senate Bill 441, I just submitted to this would be an amended language or
Is there a substitute?
a substitute?
Okay, can we get a motion to accept the substitute? All those in favor of accepting the substitute, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Yeah.
All right, that substitute is before us.
Yes, so, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this was came at a request of also my locality, Stafford County, and I took this as a friendly, I think it would be a substitute from the School Board Association, and they all worked together and they were in agreement about it. Do you need to move on that motion? Or?
We did already.
Oh, okay, sorry. So this is a reflection of to direct the teacher vacancies that we have in Virginia, and with the market being very competitive to attract new teachers, and a thorough employment background checks is an important step in the school hiring process. And of course, it's important to note the safety of our students is critically important. School boards, sometimes it can be a challenge. It can take weeks or months to verify employment, which delays hiring of teachers and other school employees to fill vacant or new positions. And so timely employment verification helps ensure teachers and other school employees are paid the salaries they're entitled to based on their prior experience. So what this is seeking is that they will respond within 10 business days of receiving a request for employment verification of a former employee to the school board when such verification is sought. And again, that the crux of this is to ensure that they're getting the salary that they are entitled to, and that we are kind of smoothing that process. So happy to answer questions. And I do have somebody from Stafford County here who
How about this? Is everybody in the peanut gallery good with this? I'm saying yes. All right. I got a motion to report. All right, there's been a motion to recommend reporting Senate Bill 441. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, that motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much,
All
Mr.
right.
Chair, members of the committee.
Is Senator Sudoline here? All right, so then,
Sorry?
He wasn't, he left 5 of his. His hadn't been heard.
I'm so sorry.
are we good?
Should be a written request.
Where was he going?
No.
Okay, let's do, Senator Peak, want to do, which one do you want to do first?
Yeah, I'll go down there. I've got some. Which one are we doing first?
Whichever one you want.
Let's do teacher licensure first, I think.
Okay, 352. We just need to wait on council.
Teacher licensure. I've got some witnesses here.
And we have a substitute too for that one, right? So, you want to move the substitute first? Senator Peak. Senator Peak.
Move the substitute. We got a substitute.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
There's been a motion and a second to move the substitute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Substitutes before us.
Mr. Chair,
Senate Bill 352.
Have you had a chance to see the substitute? Does it comply with what you were requesting? The chair, to fill in the committee, I'd spoken with the chair. He had looked at the bill. We've tried to make some substitutes that agreed with, that the chair was in agreement with. And substitute, what we're trying to address in this bill is the lack of teachers we have, especially in our CTE fields, who don't have all of the normal teacher requirements, but have great knowledge and expertise in some of their fields. We're talking about subject matter expert teaching certificate. We took it, that came out of the bill. So what we're trying to do is allow school divisions to hire qualified teachers more easily who have valid teaching certificates from other states and are in good standing. This will enable us to compete and recruit from other states without making them go through all of the other requirements that they had to. And so it opens it up for more teachers in the Commonwealth. And I've got some folks to speak, and we've tried, I know the chair had some concerns. We tried to address those, and I know Senator Karski also had some concerns. We tried to address those, and so I've got folks here to speak, but if y'all have specific concerns before we do that, let's have our testimony. Where are my folks? Who wants to go? Okay, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Stacy Gordon with the Virginia Manufacturers Association.
He's four.
Then I don't have to get up. Tom, there's still time.
Don't go anywhere. Get back here. Get back here.
All right. To prepare for tomorrow's workforce, we need teachers, particularly in the CTE and credentialing programs. We don't have time to wait. Each year that passes without addressing this shortage, more and more students are leaving Virginia's schools without having been given the ample opportunity to bolster and expand their future career options through access to alternative pathways and credentialing. There is a solution. We have qualified individuals, including college instructors and industry experts, who can fill those vacancies now. So we urge you to support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and attention to everything today and for the opportunity to talk. She segued really well into community college. I'm Amy White. I live in Botetourt County, but I'm the Dean of STEM and Workforce Solutions at Virginia Western Community College in Roanoke. We're going to tell you about two pilot programs that we're doing right now that speak to this need so greatly. We've talked a lot today about high demand industry. The one I'd like to speak about is manufacturing and machining. We put a machining lab into a tech center in Roanoke City Schools, and we have a machinist that teaches classes there to the high school students. They are completely qualified to teach at the college. However, they're having to go through pretty unmapped territory with respect to gaining a high school teaching credential. It will take time, it will take money, and a lot of paperwork, and the path is not clear. This is a deterrent for subject matter experts to do this work, which we so greatly need. And our machining students have jobs waiting for them upon graduation. So thank you for your consideration. We support this bill.
Senator Locke, have you ever seen this group of people supporting one of my bills?
I can get them to change their mind.
Not on this one, not on this one.
Good afternoon. I'm Brittany Boltinghouse. I am the course coordinator for our workforce healthcare courses. I'm here to tell you about one of our instructor who is currently going through this cumbersome process of trying to apply for teaching at the K through 12 level. So she has 6 years of being an RN as well as almost 6 years of teaching experience, and this uncharted territory has not been a very easy process for her, as well as finding ways to get answers is just not existent. So I am in honor of this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm John Easter with Chamber RVA. We support the bill. I serve on the CTE Advisory Committee in Chesterfield County, and I can tell you all the time we talk about the fact that we just can't find people to come teach CTE courses in certain areas. And anything we can do to do that, the subject matter expert part of this bill, I think would be very helpful in that regard. So we support it. Thank you.
Good evening, subcommittee members. My name is Cindy Green. I'm with the Virginia Association of Ag Educators in support of this bill. Currently in Virginia, there are 11 vacancies unfilled in agricultural education, with more coming this spring. We are seeing an increase in loss of permanent positions in programs where we have been unable to fill positions for several years. We have just over 343 agricultural teachers serving 38,600 students enrolled in agricultural education. Of those 343 teachers, approximately 50% have less than 5 years of teaching experience, and several of them are on provisional license. Which is more scary, we have 50 teachers eligible for retirement in the next 3 years, an additional 40 in the next 10. Who will fill their shoes? We need to be preparing now. We're in support of this bill.
Good afternoon or evening, Mr. Chair and members. Chris Davidson on behalf of the Virginia Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. And we associate ourselves with all the previous remarks. I do want to add one thing, is that on the peninsula, Mr. Chair, as the Senator knows very well, we have a lot of awesome assets that create a lot of subject matter experts who I believe would be, many of them, wanting and willing to teach. So the Chamber, recognizing full well that we also have a teacher shortage, definitely supports this, and we think it's just a great idea. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Carter Whitelow with Williams Mullen on behalf of the Associated General Contractors of Virginia, and we support this bill. Thank you.
Sean Avery with the Hampton Roads Workforce Council, and we support this bill.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Kyler Hedrick on behalf of the Associated Builders and Contractors, and we support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for all that's been said, we support the bill. Kristen Burhop with the Virginia Chamber, sorry.
Barry Butler, Lynchburg Regional Business Lines, and a proud constituent of the patron, and we support this bill.
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman. Randy Pearson, Two Capitals Consulting, on behalf of the Roanoke Chamber of Commerce, as well as on behalf of the Virginia Hospital and Healthcare Association. We support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, me again. I do listen. I will not call this a workforce bill. I'll call it a hire teachers bill. Yeah, I still want to reiterate that we have approximately 250,000 open jobs in Virginia. I will say that the school divisions responding to the August staffing survey reported 3,978 vacancies in our school systems on the first day of the 23-24 school year. 744 of these vacancies were special education teachers alone. We need more teachers. I think we all agree with that. This makes it easier to get qualified teachers who meet our standards to come here to work in Virginia much more easily. You know, last year, with your all's help, we passed universal licensing for the Department of Professional Occupation and Regulation. While it is not an apples to apples comparison, I think it is a point to bring up that already in the first 6 months since that process became legal, we've had over 250 people apply for applications that have been approved and already been licensed to work in Virginia, and that's what making the process easier does. Not only does it encourage people to come here, make it easier, but it allows us to actually advertise to people that, hey, come here, we've got jobs, we want you to work here, and we want to make it easy for you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Mark Lawrence with Carillion Clinic and the Blue Ridge Partnership for Health Sciences. We support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Gretchen Heel, Hampton Roads Chamber, we support the bill.
Carrie Roth, Director of the Workforce Agency for the Commonwealth. There's nothing more exciting and engaging than learning from somebody that's had firsthand experience. And when we have a shortage, we should allow that experience to come into the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Van Walkenburg, committee members, Andy Armstrong, again, career educator, who has also had the opportunity at the school and division level to be on the front lines of hiring and retention of teachers. And I'd like to speak to Senate Bill 352 and just again reiterate the fact that SB 352 seeks to provide flexibility that will allow leaders to recruit and retain quality teachers and allow candidates to find careers in Virginia's public schools without the bureaucratic and regulatory hurdles that prevent potential teachers from finding their home in our classrooms here in Virginia. And as importantly, this bill would allow schools to offer students more variety in engaging high-demand course offerings without the added regulatory hurdles that can impede the recruitment of staff. I appreciate the opportunity to share those comments.
Is there anyone against?
Probably.
There's no one left in the room.
Is there anybody else who has concerns or opposition want to come up?
Mr. Chair, one thing that I'm afraid that the substitute, you heard all these folks talk, and what they're really excited about, because I don't think they'd seen the substitute, they're really excited about the CTE portion of the bill, which is what I think this substitute gutted. And that's when you just saw every single one of these folks who spoke was in favor of the CTE portion of the bill. And I know your substitute portion took out the took out what that really tried to help.
Some of it in there.
Not as much. But anyway, I would ask that we pass it and consider adding in back some language at full committee to help with the more CTE. Just, you saw how many people spoke, the necessity we have it from all across every sector of the Commonwealth. So I hope we'll pass it on to the full committee recommending that it pass, but consider adding in some more language to help with the CTE. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the committee? Senator Pekarsky? Yeah.
Not. The night is young. So I guess I'm trying to understand. I understand where this is coming from. My concerns are that we are decentralizing teacher licensure down to the school systems, superintendents, and maybe even beyond that. Am I understanding that correctly? I don't know what lines they are, but sure. Yes. Yes. Yes.
I think
I don't have the.
You're talking about just to clarify. You're talking about lines 229 and 230, right?
Yes. It would take long.
Sure, yeah.
Yep.
Yes, Chairman, I'll answer that question, or the Senator. So the portion in that, I think, is to ensure that it does strike the part of the Department of Ed, but it keeps the part that's in there where any division superintendent may waive that piece. And the goal of this is really to ensure that our local communities that understand their abilities and their teacher needs are able to address those with the maximum amount of flexibility for those pieces.
And is there additional time?
This is the same amount of time, so the only component there is to,
Yeah,
which is keeping the division superintendent that was in place already there.
They can give the conditional waivers anyway, can't they?
Yes, they can.
Yeah, but they've been able to do that
They-
anyway. Mr. Chair, they've
So-
been able
so
to
be-
give the conditional waivers anyway, currently.
Yeah, so it's
So maybe explain the current process. Maybe explain what currently happens.
currently what happens is currently what happens is there's the ability for the local school boards, as I'm reading the local superintendents to be able to review the application within, it looks like, the Board of Ed to then have an opinion on that. And so this is just focusing on the local school board position.
Can I put a local government person on the spot?
Thank you.
Come up. Local government person. Local government person. Can you just explain maybe how the localities are processing this, like how this is working in the moment?
Sorry. Mr. Chairman, Stacey Haney, School Board Association. I think the current process is that superintendent can apply to the department for the waiver, and the substitute has the superintendent being able to grant the waiver. And I think for the reasons that the last individual
Well, let's
spoke.
just change that to a may apply.
Basically revert to
Yeah.
the original language.
But it gives them 239. That's
230.
And so what, is that a problem? I don't think it is. A lot of those, we have the chance.
May apply. So rather than having to, sorry, Mr. Chairman, may I speak further on that question just to?
Go for it.
So it's, the current process, the division superintendent may apply, right? So rather than having to apply the need to go to the Board of Ed, they are then able to just waive that without the additional application process to the Board of Ed. And that, I think, is just really focusing on the ability to ensure that, like I previously stated, our superintendents can quickly act so that they can address the needs within their community without that additional step of going to the Board of Ed, and ensure that we can quicker, and the entire intention of this particular piece is to be responsive and fast to the needs of our communities so that they can fill those particular seats. And so this is in line with that intention to ensure that we can get teachers in our classrooms faster.
Yeah. Can someone speak in here to whether there's a bottleneck on this issue?
Whether there's what, Mr. Chair?
A bottleneck with the board? Can anybody speak to that?
Who do we have? Oh, here we go.
We do have a problem with taking the board out of it and allowing a local decision, because it's going to be decisions based differently everywhere you go. And there's no constant continuity to it, whereas going through the board, there would be.
We're going to go at ease for a minute.
Yeah.
And what we're going to do, why we're going to do that, is so people can eat some food real quick.
Yeah.
Because I bought pizza for the staff and the members of the committee, so that everybody can get their blood pressure. Sorry, guys. I'm just a teacher, y'all. If you want to pay me, I'll buy you all food. All right. So that maybe we can.
Fine, you
yeah.
changed it on me this afternoon. I've been in committee all day.
Yeah. So we can.
I need to go over
wait,
with
let's go at ease for a minute. We'll all eat. Come back. All right. So we'll recess for just 5-10 minutes.
That's not, is that 352? This is, I think we're fine.
All right, so we're back. Everybody has energy. I'm sorry if you don't. And proving that a full stomach helps you think. We're gonna put two ideas out into the ether that we will adopt in full committee next week, so that council has time to prepare them. But if you're looking at the CTE section that we've been talking about, what we're going to do is add a sentence that will give the board back end authority, so the superintendent can make the hire, submit the information to the board. The board can reject it if they think that person doesn't meet the criteria. So that still helps speed it up, gives the board some authority. I think will make everybody happy. We are going to add a sunset clause of 5 years and ask the board to report back on how everything went. And so we'll make those changes a week from today. So with that, I would entertain a motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to recommend reporting. The motion would be to report as substitute. Did I hear a report substitute? Yep, okay. So the motion is to recommend reporting as substituted Senate Bill 352. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, that's 5-0. All right, so we will make those amendment changes on Thursday of next week. Senator Peake, next up is 552, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Senate Bill 552, which we also, I believe, have an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Can we move the substitute? Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, there's been a motion and a second to accept the substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, the substitute is before us. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is what we are calling out-of-zone attendance in the same school district. So this applies to same school district, but different schools within that. And I believe they have that in Hampton. So I know Senator Locke is very familiar with this concept. But what this would allow is a child to attend a different school in his own school district without being charged tuition. So we're setting up the framework to allow that to happen within the same school district. And I believe we took this from a shall to a may. So we were requesting that they set up these procedures that allow this to happen within their own school district. And I've got several witnesses lined up to speak more about this as well. Come on up.
All right, let's take testimony before we move forward. So if you're here to... Is the substitute online, Julia?
Oh, it's not online yet. It's not showing up. Yeah.
Just is the substitute just council? Is the substitute just a shall to a may, or is it more than that?
It was more than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we want to let's take this one by temporarily until it comes up, and then we'll move to another one in the name of expedition. So, without objection, we're going to temporarily take by. Did it just come up? Okay, we'll take it by temporarily. Let's do Center Sewer Line. Okay. Center Sewer Line. Can we do 435 first? Is that okay?
I'm happy to go in whatever order.
All right, let's do that one first. So Senate Bill 435.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 435 deals with the growth assessments. They're not going exactly the way we might hope. And so what we'd like to do is permit school boards to, during the next school year, 2024-2025, administer assessments as alternatives to the 3-year growth assessment system established by the Board of Education, provided that such assessments are aligned with the standards of learning. And I basically just read the entire bill to you. So it's very straightforward. And this idea came to me in the request for legislation from Roanoke City Public Schools.
Alan, you want to speak to it? Yep.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you very much. Alan Siebert, Roanoke City Public Schools. First and foremost, this very narrowly tailored, one-year-only flexibility bill has zero impact on end-of-course or end-of-grade SOL tests. There's no changes there for the end of the school year. This really is a very modest ask for 1 year because sometimes the how is more important than the what. The what that was conceived with the 3-year growth assessment was laudable. Many divisions like ours had 3-year growth assessments. Some divisions did not. So the goal in 2020 was to have a state version of a 3-year growth assessment. Great idea, make sure everybody had access to it. The problem was that some other things happened in 2020, money was short, time was short, and it became an add-on with our current assessment vendor. Because it was an add-on to our current assessment vendor with very limited assessment items, the 3-year growth assessments had kind of a wonky rollout, and because of those things, there's test period protocols, data uploads, hallway proctors, significant impact at both the fall and the winter for the 3-year growth assessment in every grade 3 through 8 classroom. And it really negatively impacts instructional time. So what this would do is divisions that never had a 3-year growth assessment can still use the Virginia grade level assessment, still use it if it's a tool they want. But the many divisions, whether it was divisions, large divisions, small divisions that had other tools, would be able to use those tools just for 1 year. And that's the hope. We hope we'll be back here next session, really working on assessment with some bold reform. So we'd like to have 1 year of flexibility for divisions that already had tools, quite frankly, with better reporting and better diagnostics that took far less instructional time. So this would provide some flexibility to local divisions to use other tools that, again, will increase teaching and learning time in the coming year while we get to a better assessment modernization in the next session.
So, Alan, I hope we do have testing reform, and I'm be working on it with you and others. But I guess my question is, well, what if it doesn't happen? So what happens if we have the 1 year and then
Mr. Chair, then I would be here saying, let's give it another year. In truth, Mr. Chair, yes, a lot of folks who worked on this and gave input were like, let's ask for 2 years. And we just thought the more narrow the ask, the more likely the success. But it would be an incredibly friendly, generous amendment to make it 24, 26.
I guess my concern, if I'm being honest, is the tumultuousness of it, right? Like, do this thing, then do this other thing, then do this thing, then do this other thing. I'm a little worried about that. How can we put my worries to bed?
Mr. Chairman, my hope has been in a number of legislators we've worked with on assessment modernization, and that next year was going to be the year.
Love your optimism.
And in all candor, that will hopefully require some help with the RFP for the state in the coming year.
Does anybody? I've been monopolizing. Does anybody have a question or a comment? Is there anybody else that wants to speak to it? I see Tom. So, we got a bunch of people. Okay, so.
Thumbs up. Thumbs up.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Smith, Superintendent's Association. We're in support, please.
Okay, Senator Pekarsky.
Okay, thank you for, Mr. Chair. Thank the patron for bringing this. I'm in support of this. I think this allows school divisions to use assessments that they may already be using, which will cut down on a whole lot of teacher workload and maximize instructional time. So I'll be voting in favor. Sure, and I'll make a motion to report.
Bill 435. I'm going to throw up a no vote now because I'm going to be a no vote in the end, but I want to keep thinking about it. So, no harm. Want to go back to you?
Yeah, I think we're pretty clear on it.
Is everybody okay on 552? Can we do that one now? Or do we want more time? Do people want more time on 552? More time? All right, more.
What's that? Sir?
They want more time.
Who wants?
They want more time.
More time, okay.
All right.
But Mr., I think all that we did from the original is change the shall to a may.
That's
That
not what
is
council
my
says. That's not what council says.
That's all we did is
That's
change
not what
the
council
shall to a
says.
may, so they may set up these.
All right, council. That's not. Council says that's not right.
That's all we were.
You need more time to work on it.
Go ahead.
Okay.
No, he asked like 1,000 more.
All right. Senator Suderline, 433.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so we're gonna do 433.
Mr. Chairman, students with limited or interrupted formal education, our cohort of students. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Students with limited or interrupted formal education is a cohort of students that's recognized throughout the education community. And what this bill seeks to do is create a Section 1, or it is a Section 1 bill, directing the Board of Education to adopt policies relating to supporting such students with limited or interrupted formal education, in staying and graduating from or otherwise completing high school here in the Commonwealth. In developing such policies, the board shall also develop a formula for calculating high school dropout rates and a formula for calculating high school graduation rates that do not include such calculation of any such students with limited or interrupted formal education who dropped out if that student had not been enrolled in a public high school here in the Commonwealth for at least 4 semesters. So basically, these students that weren't enrolled in high school for more than half the time, that had already experienced limited or interrupted education, would not go into the numbers there. And also, they're being directed to try to find more supports to help these kids. This came to me also at the request of Roanoke City Schools. A significant number of these children in our community are in this cohort because they're members of refugee families, and they'd like to have had uninterrupted education, but that was not their experience. So we have a significant refugee community in Roanoke from a wide variety of regions around the globe, and we'd like to do this to help our school division, other school divisions, and help these children and their families.
Alan, you want to?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Roanoke City Public Schools teachers do remarkable work for all children, and we have incredible programs for English learners. We're excited about some of the staffing ratios because we staff up hard to meet our English learner needs. But not all English learners are the same. We have had a large increase in recent years of young people who have maybe not even literate in their own language, but come from refugee camps. And when they come to us, we enroll them and we teach them and we meet their needs. And usually that is getting them some English and trying to get them some skills, some financial literacy skills, some other skills, and hopefully some workplace skills. And a lot of times these students are with us a very short time. They're already very old when they arrive. They kindly enroll, but they get some English, and then they want to start supporting their families and help contributing. And so this is both an effort to ramp up the ideas that the Commonwealth has to support these young people, but also while I don't know of any division that doesn't heartily enroll all these students, there's kind of a perverse disincentive right now to have a 17 or 18-year-old coming in who needs help, and they're going to be a dropout. So what we do is we faithfully enroll them, and we meet their needs for as long as they're with us. And this simply just asks for a little bit of acknowledgement of that effort, and then also asking that the Commonwealth think harder about how we can support these young people.
Mike, do you want to come up?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Michael Malloy, Fairfax County Schools. We thank the patron very much for bringing this forward. In Fairfax, we have a very significant SLIFE population. These students have incredibly unique needs, and we try to meet them as best we can where they are, and provide them with as many services as we can. We just feel like this is going to help to facilitate that. So thank you very much.
All right, Senator Pekarsky has a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to report.
Second.
There's been a motion to recommend reporting Senate Bill 433. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Senator Peak? Senator Peak? You're an aye. That motion passes 5-0. All right, we'll take your
Thank you, Mr.
your last
Chairman,
one.
and the committee for the last one. This
Senate Bill
current
434, right?
Yes, sir. It's Senate Bill 434. I have a substitute that I believe council has to report.
Move this. Someone move the substitute. All those in favor of accepting the substitute, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, substitutes before us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The substitute narrows the focus of the bill. It's the result of significant feedback from educators around the Commonwealth. And what it seeks to do is narrow the focus of the flexibility that's being offered by this bill to school divisions of innovation, which is something that we currently have in the code and I think you all are familiar with. And I think, would you like me to go over the bill? Okay. There's, I think, some folks from Department of Education that would like to speak as well. Are they still here? Or did we lose them? Okay, very good. I'll let you get started if you'd like.
Senator Van Valkenburg, committee members, Andy Armstrong, and Virginia has an opportunity to lead in providing more engaging and innovative instructional experiences for children. The flexibility afforded by Senate Bill 434 to meet student needs will help us to provide students with an experience that is centered around how much is being learned rather than how much time is being spent in a seat. The idea of seat time is one that is well over a century old. And as we adapt our approach to educating students to meet the real-time needs of the current local, regional, national, and global workplace, this bill represents an important step in empowering school divisions to create a student-centered learning model grounded in deeper, more meaningful learning. This does not reduce the overall hours required. However, it does allow us to be more flexible in how we accomplish meeting those hours for our students. So thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, I hesitate to ask people to come testify because I don't want you to speak for very long, but if you want to come up and just say who you are and that you support it, or if you want to come up here and say who you are and say you're against it, please do.
Everybody supports it. Move to report.
Hold on.
Not so fast. Jay Deck with the Virginia Education Association, and we oppose the bill.
Okay. I'll speak before anybody makes a motion, I guess. This has been a moving target. And in theory, I can get behind the bill, but I'm not. There's been so many moving parts with it, and I think it's a really nuanced thing. So I'm not going to support it today, Senator Sutherland, just so you know. This is a thing that I would like to have more time with personally, because I do think within the SDI, there's a space for this for sure, or within CTE too, but I just didn't, there's been so much churn with it that I'm not there yet. So, you know, I can get there, I'm just not there
Maybe
yet.
in the next week?
No. You know how many bills we got that for next week? So at a certain point, so I'm just letting you know that's where I'm going to fall. But if anybody else in the committee has a question or concern.
All right, move to report.
All right, there's been substitute motion.
Move to pass by indefinitely. Second.
All right, there's been a motion and a second to pass by indefinitely Senate Bill 434. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
He's a no. You're no? Okay, that motion passes 3-2. Thank you, Senator Sutherland.
Thank you all for your time today.
All right, Senator Peak, we're back with 552 now.
Okay, and the substitutes and the amendments to the substitutes, I'm spinning, but in essence, we took from shall to a may. We moved some things around, but it's still pretty much the same bill. And we changed it, it is to call it out of zone attendance because we thought that would sound better and have a better chance of passing. Because that is truly what it is. It's in the same school district. You are applying it only to open spots. So if a school in your school district has an open slot, This now sets out the parameters by the school board, lays it out so the parents can go find it on the school board site, so it's more transparent. And then it sets out the application process. Well, if you live in one attendance zone and there's an opening in another attendance zone, it tells you how you may apply to do that. And now it's a may instead of a shall. And we've got some folks here to discuss it. And did we? That's it. So we still got some issues over there. But I've got some.
If there's folks that want to come up and support, just brevity is great at this point, but please say your piece.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the subcommittee. I'm Ida McPherson. I'm a community activist, but also, by way of full disclosure, want you to know I'm a prior special assistant to Governor McDonald and to Governor McCullough. And so I'm no stranger to public policy and trying to work across the aisle to make sure that we do the good for the Commonwealth. I'm a former vice chair and president of the Virginia Association of Black Women Attorneys. But I speak to this bill as a parent because this is really about opportunity. And there was a time at which I was faced with the choice of whether or not my child would remain in public school or have to opt completely out. We didn't have the bill that's before you now that would allow us to go within the zone, within the district, but out of zone. I wish we would have been able to do that. Right now, it looks like over the next decade, 45,000 students are going to leave the public school system. We've got schools that are underperforming that have been on the list for a period of over 20 years. What we have found is that, especially in the African-American community, that if a young man does not graduate from high school, he has a 90% chance of being incarcerated. Right now, the United States of America is incarcerating more people than any other country in the world. In order to be able to avoid these types of outcomes, we've got to give parents every possible choice. So there's no reason for a child to be stuck in an underperforming school if there's a slot somewhere else, if that child has the ability to perform and could succeed. There are many instances where students have moved from school to school, and it's like this. It's like the rising boat raises all of the other ones. Those students learn how to adapt to a new environment. So what I'm asking you to do is take a real close look at this and understand that this is truly about opportunity. And it's not a mandated statute, it is a may. And so with that and with the transparency, I say to you, I think that you should take a close look and vote in favor of the bill.
Well, good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee. Here representing Americans for Prosperity, State Director. Just to speak on this particular bill, I'm a product of one of these communities in which I had an opportunity to go to a school outside of my district. It changed my life. I was able to go into Morehouse College, Senator Locke, no shade to HU, but it really gave me the option. And I know a lot of times there's a lot of back and forth fighting over Republican, Democrat, with, who believes what in terms of education. But really at the end of the day, this is about that young man who looks like me, who has that opportunity to go to a school that it may be underperforming, but there's also other things that these kids deal with. You may have an athlete that may want to go and play in a different district. And so this is, to me, it's just bigger than politics. It's bigger than, who's the sponsor of the bill, what party they represent, but really about these youth being able to have an opportunity to excel and go to a Hampton and be taught by the great Mamie Locke. And it's something that I think we should really consider in terms of that particular kid that looks like me that can be afforded the opportunity to come out of school that's underperforming. It's no shade towards that school, not saying defund the school, but it's more about that particular young man or young woman having that opportunity to reach their full potential. And, using myself as an example, I've been able to go to college and I'm here today. And if I had stayed stuck in the school where I was, which was filled with, gangs, violence, I probably wouldn't be here today. So I'm blessed and just thankful for the opportunity. And I hope you all consider that and give other young men and women that look like me that opportunity. So thank you all for your time this evening. I know it's been a long day. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Sky Riggleman, resident of Lynchburg. First of all, I want to thank my senator for carrying the bill. And the reason being is I actually am also a product of interdistrict school choice. For me, actually, it was a decision between two very similar school systems. But my neighborhood was split right down the middle, and I was the only kid. I just happened to be the one that was about 2 streets down, so I had to go to the other school. So the kids that I grew up with, the kids I played with in the park, the guys that I played Pop Warner football with, they were going to one school and I was supposed to go to the other. And thankfully, my parents were able to make the financial investment to pay tuition to send me to that other school. Without that, I would have had to start over. There were years where my friends and I would have had different spring breaks. We would have had slightly different schedules. We would have had a different bus route. We would have had even different weather delays. And so I think about academics are always the most important thing, but I also think about just growing up and how my childhood went in my teen years. And I think about what I would have missed out on had I not had that opportunity and had my parents not been able to make that financial investment that between me and my 2 sisters equated to basically a college education. So things like, just like I said, memories growing up with friends all the way to not being able to live out the Friday night lights and win a state championship with the guys that I played football with. So like I said, academics are the most important part, but I know there are kids out there that can't afford the tuition right now, and I think this is a great bill to, make sure that kids and their friend groups stay together. So thank you all for your time.
Chairman, committee members, thank you again. I do want to add a little bit more context around this bill on behalf of Senate Bill 552. There are currently out-of-zone attendance policies in several divisions across the Commonwealth, even in the one where I was principal, large suburban division, and in the small rural division where I was assistant superintendent. We had those policies. This bill will establish resources and more transparency around those policies for those who are administering them currently and give resources to those who wish to establish them in their divisions. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Brian Horn. I'm the director of DHCD. I'm just here to offer a bit of context that's in the background. Simply put, there are fewer and fewer opportunities for families to move within a zone or a district. Just a quick statistic, between December of 2018 and December of 2023, active listings, according to the Federal Reserve, have dropped from 32,000 in Virginia to just about 13,000. So simply put, there are fewer and fewer opportunities for families to move. Thank you.
Anybody with concerns or opposition, come up.
Mr. Chairman, Stacey Haney on behalf of the School Boards Association. We do still have some concerns with the substitute. There are still some shalls in the bill and also some not insignificant reporting requirements. And I would just say that as the second to the last speaker in favor mentioned, school boards already do this. Many of them do it. We think that it's a choice best made at the local level, whether and how to do this. And so we would ask that you not advance the legislation.
Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee, Tom Smith, Superintendent's Association. We have the same concerns expressed by Ms. Haney. I do know that the senator has made some progress on it, but we still feel that you've got 132 school divisions across the state. They all have different needs. They have different decision points. And those are best left up to the school boards.
Mr. Chairman, JDEC, Virginia Education Association. For the reasons stated, plus, some kids' parents can't afford transportation, and if they can't afford transportation, those kids are stuck where they are, where it's like the haves get better and the have-nots just get worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Craig?
Yes, thank you. I want to thank the senator for bringing this, and I am the one that wanted it to go from shall to may. Some school divisions do this, but this just cleans it up a little bit. We want every child to have an opportunity, and if they can go to a better school, I've never had a parent not want to get their kids to the better school that they are choosing to go to. So I know they have to supply their own transportation, but I think this is This is just a may. It's not forcing any school divisions to do this, and therefore I think this is a great bill, and I move to support.
Mr. Chair, and address what Senator Craig said, the law already requires school boards that do it to post about it. And so we're not making anybody who doesn't do it, but if they're going to post about it, it's setting forth a uniform guideline for the ones that do it, so it will be easier to interpret all around the state, so everybody will have the same guideline, and it is still just within the district and only applies if there is an opening at a school, and the school is not going to be, the system won't be required to pay for transportation or do those things under this bill, so it'll be up to them to determine if they can get them there and do all of those things. So I would ask that we move it on.
Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk a little bit about, since Hampton was mentioned, Hampton has academies, and Hampton does not do wholesale out-of-zone enrollment. Students choose, as they move from middle school to high school, which academy they want to attend based upon their interest. If they want to attend the Health Science Academy, they go to Bethel High School. If they want to do robotics, they go to Phoebus High School. If they're interested in the International Baccalaureate, that's Hampton High School. So based upon what they're interested in, they choose that academy, and then they can go out of zone. Otherwise, they go to their zone school. So it's not some wholesale, I want to go here, I want to go here, I want to go here. They choose the school based upon their interest. But I want to talk about some stuff I heard. I heard no child wants to be stuck in an underperforming school. So let's talk about that elephant in the room. Why do we have underperforming schools? So why do we have underperforming schools? That's the issue. No school in any district anywhere in this Commonwealth should be underperforming. So no kid should have to move from one school to another school in any other district. We need to provide K-12 schools with the resources that they need so these rising tides can lift all of these boats all over the Commonwealth. Rather than simply, I want to move my kid from this school over here to where there's a better performing school. Let's do the resources that's necessary to have all schools be better performing schools. So I don't want to deal with this kind of school choice, which is what this bill is, where we are leaving children behind in the so-called underperforming schools and moving children around to the schools that we think are the better schools.
Kursky?
Pass this by indefinitely.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second.
Aye.
Opposed? No. That motion passes 3-2. All right. Last, but certainly not.
Is it me?
We have a last.
At last.
All right.
Senate Bill 586, Senator Pekarsky, and there's a substitute, right?
There is a substitute.
I move the motion to move the substitute.
Second.
All right, there's been a motion and a second to adopt the substitute for Senate Bill 586. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that bill is before us. Senator Pekarsky, take it away.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very excited to be closing out the night talking about Senate Bill 586, a bill that prohibits schools from disciplining students with suspension, expulsion, or other exclusionary punishment without first considering using at least one evidence-based restorative practice. These restorative disciplinary practices, consistent with the practices set out in the Virginia Department of Education's 2021 Model Guidance for Positive Preventative Code of Student Conduct Policy and Alternatives to Suspension, include things like community conferencing, community service, mentoring, peer jury, peer mediation, positive behavioral interventions and supports, and Virginia tiered systems of supports. Many of us are familiar with school-to-prison pipeline. The use of exclusionary discipline without considering alternative practices results in the disproportionate removal of students of color and students with disabilities from school, pushing them into the juvenile criminal justice system oftentimes. In 2021, the Center for Public Integrity reported that Virginia is at the top of the national list for criminal referrals in schools. That same year, the Virginia Department of Education reported that only 5% of out-of-school suspensions are given for serious or dangerous disciplinary incidents, such as possession of a weapon or drugs on campus, and 95% are given for disruptive behavior or willful defiance, or simply was classified as other. The use of these exclusionary discipline harms all students by increasing involvement in the criminal justice system, lowering academic achievement, increasing chronic absenteeism, increasing dropout rates, safety risks, and delinquency. Additionally, these exclusionary punishments have been shown not to reduce future misbehavior. For many students, being suspended or expelled is just the first step in a journey that oftentimes ends up in the juvenile justice system. According to the Virginia Department of Education's 2021 Model Guidelines on Student Conduct Policy, restorative practices reduce school suspensions and expulsions, improve academic achievement and attendance, reduce school violence and perceived misbehavior, and contribute to a positive institutional environment. This bill will simply ensure that these restorative practices are part of the disciplinary process before more severe actions are taken. There are over a dozen schools implementing restorative practices, 947 schools implementing Virginia tiered systems of support, and 77 registered schools implementing positive behavioral interventions across the state. This bill does, however, contain exemptions for certain cases, serious cases, including incidents involving firearms and weapons, drugs, adjudications of delinquency, assault, or convictions of certain crimes. And I will end with, I know that was long, this is important, but I will end with saying that as a school system, we are there to educate our children. What we know about youth is that their prefrontal cortex is underdeveloped. That means their executive functioning skills are underdeveloped. That means they don't think about some of the things that they do sometimes. Their impulsiveness is higher. They have bad decision-making skills. So it is incumbent upon us as educators, as a school system, to make sure that there are always consequences. There have to be consequences. That's how we teach children. But that the consequences are developmentally appropriate for the disciplinary infraction, and we allow students the time to learn from their mistakes. So this will not get rid of discipline in any way. This is already happening, as I mentioned, in many school systems. It is a best practice as put forth in the model policies. This is just saying, let's make sure that every student has access to this best practice when it comes to discipline. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's do testimony before we do anything else. So if you're in support of the bill, just come on up and tell us why you support the bill. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chloe Edwards. I'm the policy director with New Virginia Majority, and we are a member of the Fund Our Schools Coalition. This is a priority for the coalition. I won't repeat the senator's data. She did a very great job explaining the reason for this bill. However, We know in 2021, the state ranked at the top of the national list for school-based criminal referrals. This discipline is often targeted towards certain students, as the senator mentioned, due to biases and stereotypes. It increases psychological issues, academic failure, dropout, substance use, and gang involvement. While I am a professional, this issue is personal to me. As a triplet that grew up in Senator Van Valkenburg's district, school was a safe haven for me, where I faced abuse at home, confinement inside of the home, and witnessed parental mental health and substance use issues. At 15, I was placed in kinship foster care with my sister, but my brother stayed home. Well, I was called to the counselor's office weekly for visits with CASA, and even a teacher of mine who suspected issues in the home served as a mentor through her retirement, even attending my own CASA swearing in 2018. My brother lost these protective factors. Me, the parentified child who often mediated disciplinary concerns, managed check-ins on his grades, and even forged signatures related to disciplinary reports to protect him from abuse. By the age of 18, I saw my brother in a jumpsuit for the first time. Exclusionary discipline creates a cycle of academic disengagement that pushes kids from the classrooms to the courtrooms. Today, my triplets are successful, but our paths were shaped by different interventions or lack thereof. 1,038 schools across the state have moved towards these practices, including Virginia Tiered Services of Support, positive behavioral interventions, and have reported great success. Please support SB 586 to create bright futures for all us children and inadvertently for Virginia as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Harrington, League of Women Voters. As a retired teacher, when I first started teaching in 1986, the only classroom discipline approach was classical and operant conditioning. That was based off, of course, B.F. Skinner. Today, in order for students to be successful, they need restorative practices that connect teacher leadership to student achievement, and that utilizes restorative practices that meets the needs of the students, such as, and everything that I'm going to mention just real fast, I've utilized in the classroom, and I was also cited when I'm retired. Why aren't you having the problems? So I used Spencer Kagan's Win-Win Discipline. This strategy provides teachers with a means of quickly acting to find a solution to the ABCDs of classroom disruptions. And upon teachers determining which disruption, there are actionable steps that will help the student move on from the disruption. Also, I was the coach and implemented positive behavior intervention supports in an elementary school, a Title I elementary school in Henrico County that had parity with the amount of referrals as a middle school. And so what positive behavior intervention supports is a three-tiered structured response to intervention program. Also peer mediation, and then win-win classroom, it was another restorative practice, and others. And in closing, restorative practices also may reduce liability for school divisions, because once you are working with parent advocates and you've had convened your child study committee, you will have a plethora of data to say, in case that child actually has to be removed to an alternative setting, yes, we have worked with this child, we've had all of our wraparound services, so in some instances it can decrease liability. And finally, I just want to say, because all students have the right to achieve, and restorative practices will give them the support to succeed. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Jay Deck with the Virginia Education Association. Restorative justice is a best practice. We've just heard today where absenteeism hurts our students. So why would we want to keep on keeping on by putting them out? We need to keep the students there. We need to educate them so that they can become model citizens. Thank you.
Good evening, Monica Hutchinson with Rise for Youth. And so RISE stands for Reinvest in Supportive Environments for Youth. And we know that many of our youth are struggling in school. We have actually had several conversations across the Commonwealth, from Roanoke City to Hampton Roads to the Richmond metro area, and we have others coming up. And one of the things that has been a constant hearing from our students, no matter from whether they were honor society students or academically struggling was mental health and caring for their mental health within school. And that comes in many different ways, from lack of resources, lack of conflict resolution, lack of sufficient special education support, safety fears, trauma, lack of relevant and relatable education. And so I just also want to add that I am a resident of Henrico County, and my school district has actually been utilizing restorative practices, right? From PBIS to VTSS to social and emotional learning, behavior support, all of the things that we're asking for. And proof that it works is that from 21 to 22, we had about 10,000 suspensions, and in 22 to 23, we had about 5,000. So in just 1 year, we saw the rate of our suspensions cut in half. That does not mean we don't have issues in Henrico, but we do know that restorative practices are working and like I said, in my county. And with RISE, we work with kids 14 to 24. We know that what we're doing in schools as a whole isn't working overall. So we really do have to try something different. This bill would also allow space for community partnerships to come into play. Organizations like mine can come into more schools, whatever. There's so many community partners that are out here that are ready, willing, and able to work with our schools for many different things. And so at the end of the day, like I said, what we're doing isn't working. We're losing our kids. And as adults, we really do have to look in the mirror and ask, what behavior are we modeling for our kids that they see? Because we cannot continue trying to educate the kids of today like the kids of yesteryears. It's not going to work. It hasn't worked, and it will not work. So with that, I really ask that you support this bill and move it forward. Thank you.
We're setting the clock for 2 minutes for everybody else. 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Alex Blocker from the Legal Aid Justice Center, and I would not only echo what everyone else has already said, but also highlight that restorative justice facilitates academic achievement, not only for the students directly involved in these accountability measures, but for everyone else in the school also by improving the climate overall. So this is something that is to the benefit of everyone. Thank you.
Good evening, Laura Gorn with the Commonwealth Institute. There's research showing that these restorative practices reduce serious disciplinary offenses in the long run, and for that reason, we, along with our partners, support the bill. Thank you.
Hey, y'all, we saved the best for last. My name is Kalia Harris with Virginia Student Power Network. We support this bill. We want more awesome students coming to our colleges and universities, and the way to do that is to keep them in K through 12 schools. So we know that it does target Black, Brown, Indigenous, queer students, students with disabilities, trans students much more harshly. So let's address that and add some more steps for restorative practices. Thank y'all.
Kat Atkinson with Voices for Virginia's Children. I'm going to say amen to everybody else, and also that young people deserve to be seen, supported, cared for, and valued in schools, not pushed out. Thank you.
All right, those with concerns, come on up.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Stacey Haney on behalf of the Virginia School Boards Association. I actually agree with a lot of what the folks who supported this bill said, and I would love to be able to support the bill, and I thought I was going to be able to support the bill, and I think with one simple change, I could support the bill, and that is to change initiating to considering, or giving consideration, initiating to
Stacey,
considering.
What line?
On line 57. I think that's all I need to say. With that change, I think we could support the bill. There's some really good things here.
Tom, is that the same for you? Is that the same thing you were going to say? Okay, Senator Pekarsky.
Thank you. So I appreciate everyone who spoke to the bill, and I will say at this time, this is already a best practice in the model policies and has been since 2021. So making a bill to say you can do it, I think that just does not get to the goal of this. I think we're past that. I want every student in the school, in the Commonwealth, to have this afforded to them. It is a best practice. I don't want to change it, and there will be Yeah, sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Stacy or Tom, can I ask why the lines 59 and 60 don't satisfy you in terms of the word initiating?
Sure. Yes, and I don't. So lines 59 and 60 exempt out. So you could suspend without initiating. It exempts out the offenses in subsection G. Those are serious offenses like arson and.
But then there's the or.
Right. Okay. So, but it exempts out some serious criminal offenses,
Right.
and then exempts out aggravating circumstances. And one of the
No.
one of the things that we found, the aggravating circumstances came into being when we put some limitations on suspensions several years ago. And one of the things that we've seen since then is, we tried to capture everything in this definition, and what we've seen is there are things that you can't imagine everything that might happen in a school, right? And so that list doesn't catch all of the things that happen where it puts schools in a bind of something that's pretty serious, but that we didn't think of when we came up with that definition. And so I don't think it's broad enough. And I would also just like to say that my suggestion for changing initiating to considering, I don't think makes this all permissive. I mean, right now we don't have to consider it at all. And the language I proposed, or the change I proposed, would still require a consideration of at least one restorative practice every single time before a child could be suspended or expelled from school. So I think it does substantially move the ball forward. And so I would just ask for some consideration. We also have to balance, keeping the other students in the school safe. And again, we can't sit here tonight at 7:00 and think of all of the things that might happen that a school superintendent might need to, or a school principal might need to take into consideration the safety of other students. And so I would just ask for consideration.
Last question for me, because it is late. But as defined by the department, do they not define pretty much most violent acts as aggravating circumstances, for example? Just as one example.
Mr. Chairman, so there are three things that constitute aggravating circumstances. Misconduct that causes serious harm to another person, or credible threat of serious harm to another person as determined by a threat assessment. The second one is the student's presence in school poses an ongoing and unreasonable risk to the safety of the school, student, staff, or others. And the third is the student engaged in a serious offense that is persistent, repeated similar behaviors documented in the student's disciplinary record, and unresponsive to targeted interventions as documented through an established intervention process.
That's pretty broad to me.
So,
okay. Does anybody else have any questions or concerns? Things for the good of the order. All right, Senator Pekarsky.
I know people want to go. I will say, we can imagine the things that are going to happen in schools. And I think when you look at the list of the exemptions in the two subsections, they really are really, I believe, broad. I think we're just going to have a difference of opinion on this. One is the assault and battery that results in injury to any person on school property. It's just a very long list of serious exclusions. And we worked with some of the stakeholders to add that while these things are being initiated, these restorative practices, a child can be placed in in-school suspension to keep them away. Safety is always the number one concern, always a number one concern. So I think at the end of the day, we may just have a difference of opinion, and that's okay too.
Okay, Tom, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, and I do appreciate the patron working hard to address some of our concerns. We liked her first language better in the original bill, because in considering, what you're doing is you're giving it back to the school to react. Having been the person that gets a call at 3:30 in the afternoon, that you've got something serious has happened, one of the first things you ask your high school principal is the school safe? And if they have to go through a legacy of things in order to say, yes, but, yes, but, yes, but, they're not going to react. And so my concern is what we're doing here is putting ourselves in the mind of that high school principal when they have to react very quickly. And so that's my concern. And that's why we like considering better than what's been. But we do appreciate the work that she's done. Thank you.
Senator Locke?
I move to recommend reporting Senate Bill 586 as a substitute.
There's been a motion and a second to recommend reporting second as substituted Senate Bill 586. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes 3-2. And that is the end of our marathon session. Thank you, everybody, for your patience, for your work, for your good humor and goodwill. And we will be back next week.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We had to come back?
No, not to this one.
Oh, okay.